The room was too quiet, the kind of quiet that hums in your ears like a warning. Emma Larson lay in her dorm bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, where a water stain spread like a bruise against the off-white paint. Outside, a gentle rain tapped against her window, but even that familiar sound felt wrong, somehow too deliberate, as if something were trying to get in. She hadn't slept well in days, not since the dream. No, not a dream, a memory. That was the terrifying part. It wasn't her memory, not really. She'd woken 4 mornings ago with a vivid recollection that didn't belong to her, standing on a weathered pier at dusk, the air thick with salt, gulls screaming overhead as waves crashed against barnacle-covered pillars. The splintered wood creaked beneath her feet, and the horizon stretched endlessly, swallowing the sun in slow, golden bites. She could taste the brine on her lips, feel the wind tangling her hair. But Emma had never been to the ocean. Born and raised in central Ohio, her life was landlocked, a flat expanse of cornfields, strip malls, and college towns where the tallest buildings were grain silos. She'd never seen the Pacific or Atlantic, never heard the rhythmic pulse of waves against shore. Yet the memory clung to her, vivid and heavy like damp clothes after a storm. She rolled over, checking her phone. The screen's harsh glow announced the time, 3:17 a.m. The group chat with her friends was silent, no late-night memes from Jake or study rants from Priya. Emma's thumb hovered over the screen, tempted to text them about the pier, but what would she say? Hey, I'm losing my mind, remembering places I've never been? They'd think she was cracking under midterm pressure. Instead, she opened her notes app and typed pier. Sunset. Salt air. Woman in red coat. Not mine. Her hands shook as she saved it. Sleep refused to come. Emma stared at the ceiling, counting the uneven drips from her leaky radiator. 1, 2, 17, 43. The numbers blurred, and suddenly she was back on the pier. This time, she noticed a figure at the far end, a woman in a scarlet coat, her back turned, dark hair whipping in the wind. Emma wanted to call out, to run toward her, but her dream body remained frozen, watching as the woman stepped closer to the edge. Emma jolted awake, her heart hammering. Daylight filtered through her blinds, casting prison bar shadows across her rumpled sheets. She'd fallen asleep after all, but the pier memory felt fresher than her actual memories of yesterday's classes. By morning, the campus felt off-kilter. The quad, usually buzzing with students tossing frisbees or cramming for exams, was subdued despite the clearing skies. People moved slowly, their eyes distant, like they were listening to something only they could hear. A girl Emma recognized from her literature class walked into a tree, apologized to it, then continued on as if nothing strange had happened. Near the science building, a professor stood motionless, his briefcase dangling from limp fingers, staring at the sky with parted lips. Emma spotted Jake at the coffee cart, his apron stained with espresso, his usual easy grin absent. His sandy hair stuck up at odd angles, like he'd been running his hands through it constantly, and dark shadows hung beneath his blue eyes. She'd known Jake since freshman orientation, when he'd made her laugh so hard she'd spilled punch on the dean. Now his face was tight with something she'd never seen before, fear. "You look like you saw a ghost," she said, forcing a smile as she ordered her usual latte. Jake leaned in, his voice low enough that the students waiting behind her couldn't hear. "You ever remember something that didn't happen? Like, not a dream, but a memory? Something so real you'd swear it happened, but it couldn't have." Emma froze, the pier flashing in her mind, waves crashing, the splintered wood under her feet, the woman in red still facing away. What kind of memory? He glanced around nervously, then handed her the coffee. His fingers trembled slightly, sloshing the liquid against the cup's rim. "This morning I swore I was in a car crash. Felt the seatbelt dig into my chest, heard the glass shatter. Tasted blood in my mouth. But I've never been in one. Freaked me out so bad I almost called my mom at 5 a.m. to make sure she was okay." Her stomach twisted into a cold knot. "Jake, Yo, Larson." Priya's sharp voice cut through the morning murmur. She stormed across the quad, her backpack slung over one shoulder, dark eyes flashing beneath straight-cut bangs. Everything about Priya was precise, from her immaculate eyeliner to her pre-med schedule planned down to the minute. But today, her shirt was inside out and her hair, always in a perfect ponytail, hung loose and uncombed. You didn't text me back about the psych notes. I'm drowning here. Professor Whitman moved the exam up and I can't find my Chapter 7 summaries. Sorry, Emma muttered, still staring at Jake. I was distracted. Priya raised an eyebrow, her gaze darting between them. You both look like you're auditioning for a zombie flick. What's up? Emma hesitated, aware of how crazy it would sound. But something in Priya's face, a tightness around her mouth, a weariness in her usually sharp eyes, pushed her to speak. I keep remembering a pier. Like I was there, but I wasn't. Jake's got something similar. Priya's customary smirk faded. She shifted her weight, glancing around the quad with newfound wariness. Okay, that's weird. Because last night I swore I was in a kitchen chopping onions, crying my eyes out. But it wasn't from the onions. I was grieving. For someone I've never met. She swallowed hard. I don't cook. Ever. My mom calls me the takeout queen. But I knew exactly how to julienne those onions, could feel the weight of the chef's knife in my hand. The three of them stood there, the weight of their words settling like fog. Around them, students shuffled past, some muttering to themselves, others staring blankly at their phones. A guy from Emma's statistics class walked by, counting out loud, 7, 13, 22, 35, his lips moving frantically as if the sequence held life or death importance. Emma's gaze drifted to the edge of campus where the Neurosync building loomed, a sleek, glass structure that looked out of place among the red brick lecture halls. It had appeared last year, seemingly overnight, a cognitive research lab funded by some tech giant nobody could name. Rumors swirled about their experiments, memory enhancement, dream manipulation, even mind-sharing tech. Emma had always dismissed it as sci-fi nonsense, the stuff of late-night conspiracy videos. But now, we need to figure this out, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Before it gets worse. That afternoon, they met at Jake's apartment, a cramped space above the town's only used bookstore. The air smelled of stale coffee and old paperbacks, with a hint of the incense the shop owner burned to cover the musty scent of aging pages. Priya sprawled on the couch, scrolling through her phone, while Jake paced, his hands stuffed in his pockets. With each turn, he kicked empty energy drink cans that littered the floor, evidence of sleepless nights. I looked up Neurosync, Priya said, not looking up from her screen. Their website's all corporate fluff, advancing human cognition, bridging neural pathways, blah blah. But there's this X-thread from a guy who claims he worked there. Says they're messing with collective consciousness, like linking people's minds. Calls it the Hive Mind Project. Says he quit when they started seeing contamination. Jake snorted, but the sound held no humor. Sounds like a tinfoil hat convention. Maybe, Priya shot back, her voice tight. But you're the one remembering car crashes you didn't have. Emma sat cross-legged on the floor, her laptop open to a blank search page. The pure memory had returned twice more that day, each time sharper, with new details, a rusted railing, the sound of a distant foghorn, the smell of rotting fish beneath the pier's boards. She hadn't told them about the woman in the red coat, a figure now haunting her waking thoughts. Something about the woman felt too personal, too intimate, like a secret she wasn't supposed to know. What if it's not just us? Emma said, looking up from her laptop. Look around. Everyone's acting weird. That guy in stats counting Fibonacci numbers aloud. Professor Davis standing in the rain without an umbrella for 20 minutes. It's like they're all haunted. Jake stopped pacing, his sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. You think it's some kind of mind virus? Like we're being infected with other people's memories. Priya laughed, but it was hollow, brittle. Great. A plague for our brains. Just what I needed before finals. My mom's already planning my medical school graduation party. How do I tell her I'm flunking because I'm too busy remembering kitchens I've never cooked in? Emma didn't laugh. The word plague stuck, heavy and cold. She typed Neurosync memory experiments into her laptop, but the results were sparse, mostly press releases and a few conspiracy blogs. One post caught her eye, buried in a forum titled "Tech Whistleblowers, They're Not Enhancing Memories. They're Stealing Them. And once it starts, you can't stop it. The signal gets stronger. The memories become more real than your own. People at the coffee shop start to look like strangers. Your own reflection becomes unfamiliar. Then the voices start. A chill crept up Emma's spine, raising goosebumps beneath her sweater. As if on cue, her phone buzzed, snapping her out of the spiral. A text from an unknown number: "Meet me at Neurosync. 8 p.m. loading dock, back entrance. I know what's happening to you. Come alone." No name, no context. She showed it to Jake and Priya, who exchanged uneasy glances. "Could be a prank," Jake said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Someone who overheard us at the coffee cart. Or it's someone who knows something," Emma countered, her mind made up. "I'm going." "Not alone, you're not," Priya said, sitting up straight. "This has slasher film written all over it." Jake nodded, his jaw set. "We stick together. Whatever this is, we face it as a team." Emma felt a sudden rush of gratitude, warm against the cold fear that had been her constant companion since the pure memory first surfaced. Whatever was happening, whatever memories were invading her mind, at least she had friends who believed her, who were experiencing the same impossible thing. But as she looked at them, Jake with his haunted eyes, Priya with her uncharacteristic dishevelment, a new worry took root. If this continued to spread, if the memories kept coming, how long before they lost themselves completely? How long before Emma Larson disappeared beneath the weight of lives she'd never lived? She glanced down at her phone, the mysterious text still glowing on the screen. "I know what's happening to you." Was it a trap? Probably. But what choice did they have? 8 o'clock, she said, meeting their gazes. "Let's find out what's infecting us." Neurosync's main entrance faced Elm Street, all gleaming glass and brushed steel, but the loading dock they approached was brutally utilitarian, concrete and metal, illuminated by harsh fluorescent lights that buzzed like angry wasps. A security camera swiveled above the door, its red eye tracking their approach. Emma felt exposed, vulnerable in the camera's mechanical gaze. She pulled her jacket tighter, though the April evening was mild. "This feels like a mistake," Jake whispered, eyes darting to the shadows beyond the dock. "Like we're walking into a trap." "We need answers," Emma replied, her voice steadier than she felt. Her phone showed 7:56 p.m. for minutes until their mysterious meeting. The back of her neck prickled, a sensation of being watched that went beyond the security camera's cold stare. Before they reached the loading dock steps, a side door squeaked open. A woman emerged, mid-40s, with sharp cheekbones and dark hair pulled into a severe bun. Her lab coat gleamed ghostly white under the fluorescence, the name badge clipped to her pocket reading Dr. Vivian Lin, Neural Integration Division. "You brought friends," Dr. Lin observed, her tone neutral but her eyes narrowing slightly. "I asked you to come alone, Emma. How do you know my name?" Emma stepped back, bumping into Priya. "I never told you who I was." Dr. Lin's smile was thin, barely displacing the lines around her mouth. "We've been monitoring the phenomenon. You're not the only one affected. Come inside quickly. The cameras have a blind spot here, but security makes regular rounds." She disappeared back through the door, leaving it ajar, invitation or trap, they couldn't be sure. Emma hesitated, then stepped forward. Jake grabbed her arm. This is crazy," he hissed. "She knew your name. She's been monitoring us? We should go to the police." "And tell them what?" Priya countered. "That we're catching other people's memories like the flu? They'll direct us to the psych ward." Emma gently pulled free of Jake's grip. "I need to know what's happening to us. If you want to leave, I understand." Jake's shoulders slumped, defeat washing over his features. "You know I'm not leaving you." Priya rolled her eyes, but stepped forward as well. "If we die, I'm haunting both of you eternally." Inside, the corridor was sterile, all-white walls and polished floors that reflected their distorted images like funhouse mirrors. Their footsteps echoed as they followed Dr. Lin past locked doors marked authorized personnel only. The air smelled faintly of antiseptic and something else, a metallic tang that reminded Emma of blood. Neurosync opened 18 months ago, Dr. Lin said without turning, her voice low but carrying in the empty hallway. Publicly, we research cognitive enhancement, ways to improve memory, learning, focus. Our investors want pills they can market to anxious parents and burnt-out executives. And privately? Emma asked, ignoring the growing sense of dread in her stomach. Dr. Lin stopped at an elevator, swiping her badge over a sensor. Privately, we explore the boundaries of human consciousness, the places where minds connect. The elevator doors slid open with a soft pneumatic hiss. Inside, instead of numbered buttons, there was only a palm scanner, glowing faintly blue. Dr. Lin pressed her hand against it and the elevator began to descend. You think I'll believe that Neurosync is making people share memories? Jake's laugh was brittle in the enclosed space. That's not science, it's science fiction. Is it? Dr. Lin turned, her gaze sharp. You've been experiencing someone else's trauma, a car accident, yes? The taste of blood, the sound of breaking glass? Tell me, how vivid was it? Jake's face drained of color. How do you, And you, Dr. Lin continued, looking at Priya, have been cooking. Chopping vegetables with perfect technique despite never having done so. Feeling grief that doesn't belong to you. Priya's usual defiance faltered. Are you spying on us? Is this some kind of sick experiment? The elevator stopped and the doors opened to reveal a corridor different from the sterile white above. Here, the walls were lined with servers, blinking lights casting eerie patterns across the polished floor. The hum of cooling systems filled the air, a technological heartbeat. Not an experiment, Dr. Lin said, leading them down the corridor. At least, not one we intended. It was supposed to be controlled, contained. A test of neural synchronization between willing participants. But something escaped. She stopped at a door marked Observation Room 7 and swiped her keycard. Inside, screens lined the walls, displaying brain scans and neural maps pulsing with activity. A single chair faced the largest screen, electrodes dangling from the armrests like mechanical tentacles. This is about Neurosync's tech, isn't it? Priya demanded, eyeing the chair with suspicion. You're screwing with our heads. Dr. Lin's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes, regret, perhaps, or fear. Our goal was to enhance cognition, share knowledge instantly, connect minds. Transfer skills, languages, entire fields of study from one brain to another. Imagine learning piano in an afternoon or medical procedures without years of training. But there were side effects. Memories are leaking. Crossing boundaries. Leaking? Jake echoed, his voice rising. You mean we're remembering each other's lives? How is that even possible? The brain stores information as electrochemical signals, Dr. Lin said, tapping one of the screens. Those signals can be read, recorded, and theoretically transferred. We developed a quantum interface that could sync neural patterns between individuals. Small scale, controlled. Emma's mouth went dry. But it went wrong. Not wrong. Unexpected. Dr. Lin tapped another screen, and it flickered to life, showing a map of the town with red dots pulsing at random points. This is the spread pattern. Each dot represents someone experiencing memory anomalies. It started with our volunteers, then moved outward, first to people they had close contact with, then to secondary contacts. Like a virus jumping from host to host. It's spreading, Priya whispered, watching new dots appear on the map. How many people are affected? At current count? Over 200 in this town alone. And accelerating. Dr. Lin's voice was clinical, detached, but her hands trembled slightly. If we don't contain it, the boundaries between minds will collapse entirely. You'd no longer be able to distinguish your own memories from others. Contain it how? Emma asked, her voice barely audible over the hum of the servers. Dr. Lin's gaze was cold, assessing. By finding the source, the nexus of the spread. And you, Emma, are closer to it than you think. What does that mean? Emma demanded, her heart pounding. The pier flashed in her mind. Waves crashing. The woman in red still waiting at the edge. Dr. Lin didn't answer directly. Instead, She pulled up a chair in front of a smaller screen and typed rapidly. Tell me about the pier. Emma froze. How do you know about that? You've been dreaming of a pier at sunset. Salt air. A woman in a red coat. It's not just a random memory you've picked up. It's specific. Targeted. Dr. Lin turned, her expression softening for the first time. When was the last time you spoke to your sister? The room seemed to tilt, the floor shifting beneath Emma's feet. She grabbed the edge of a desk to steady herself. My sister? What does Mia have to do with this? Jake stepped forward, placing a hand on Emma's shoulder. You never told us you had a sister. We don't talk, Emma said, the words sticking in her throat. We had a fight 3 years ago. She left for the coast. Oregon, I think. She sends a birthday card sometimes. That's it. Dr. Lin nodded, as if Emma had confirmed something important. Mia Larson enrolled in our first trial 8 months ago. She was an ideal candidate, high cognitive plasticity, strong neural patterns. And she was motivated. Very motivated. Motivated for what? Emma's voice was a whisper now. Dr. Lin hesitated, then pulled up a file on the screen. A photo appeared. Mia, her dark hair shorter than Emma remembered, her smile strained. Your sister suffered from severe PTSD following an accident. She was seeking treatment that would let her edit certain memories, make them less intrusive. The pier again, sharper now. The woman in the red coat turning slightly, her profile almost visible. Emma's breath caught. The woman in red. It's Mia, isn't it? I'm seeing her memories. Not exactly, Dr. Lin said, her voice gentle now. The accident happened on a pier in Newport. Mia was there when a storm surge hit. Several people were swept away. She couldn't save them all. Emma's chest tightened, grief welling up. Not her grief, she realized with a jolt, but Mia's. Somehow, she was feeling her sister's pain as if it were her own. The memory transfer should have been contained to our lab environment, Dr. Lin continued, turning back to the maps. But Mia's connection to you, twin sisters with matching neural architecture, created a bridge. Her memories found you even miles away, and once that bridge was established, it opened pathways for others. You became a conduit, Emma, a nexus point for the spreading network. So I'm infecting people? Emma's voice cracked. Making them experience memories that aren't theirs? Not intentionally, Dr. Lin assured her. But yes, the phenomenon is using you as a primary vector. Your close contacts, she nodded to Jake and Priya, were likely the first to receive anomalous memories through you. Then it spread to their contacts and outward. Jake ran a hand through his hair, his face pale. How do we stop it? There has to be a way to shut this down. Dr. Lin's expression clouded. We're working on it, but the network has gone autonomous, evolving beyond our protocols. It's not just random memories now, it's forming connections, patterns. Almost like it has purpose. Purpose, Priya echoed, skepticism returning to her voice. It's a glitch in your experiment, not a sentient being. Perhaps, Dr. Lin acknowledged. But whatever it is, it's growing stronger. And it seems particularly focused on Emma. A notification beeped on one of the screens, and Dr. Lin frowned, checking it. Security's making an unscheduled sweep. You need to go. She reached into her pocket, pulling out 3 small devices that looked like hearing aids. Wear these. They generate a low-level electromagnetic field that may help block new memory transfers. It won't erase what you've already experienced, but it might slow the progression. Emma took one, turning it over in her palm. Why are you helping us? If this is NeuroSync's fault, why not cover it up? Dr. Lin's smile was sad now. Because I made a promise to your sister. Before she trailed off, glancing away. Before she what? Emma demanded, a cold dread settling in her stomach. Where is Mia now? Quarantined, Dr. Lin said after a long pause. Her connection to the network was too strong. She began losing herself, her own memories replaced by others, her identity fragmenting. We had to isolate her before it spread further. I want to see her, Emma said immediately. Dr. Lin shook her head. Too dangerous. For both of you, the feedback loop could accelerate the spread exponentially. She glanced at the security monitors. You need to go. I'll contact you when I have more information. She ushered them back to the elevator, her movements hurried now. As the doors began to close, she held them open for a final moment. Emma, the peer memory, there's more to it than you've seen. Your sister is trying to tell you something. Pay attention to the details. The doors slid shut, cutting off Emma's response. The elevator ascended in silence, each of them lost in thought. When they emerged back into the loading dock area, the night had deepened, stars obscured by clouds heavy with unshed rain. Well, Jake said as they crossed the campus, their footsteps loud in the midnight quiet. That was completely terrifying. You believe her? Priya asked, eyeing the device in her hand skeptically before tucking it behind her ear. About all this mind-melding sci-fi stuff? Do you have a better explanation for why you suddenly know how to julienne vegetables? Jake countered. Emma said nothing, her thoughts churning. Mia was alive, quarantined, but alive. And somehow reaching out through this neural network, sending memories like messages in bottles, hoping her sister would find them. But what was she trying to say? What was in the rest of the peer memory that Emma hadn't yet seen? Jake's voice was gentle. You okay? I need to find my sister, she said, resolute. Whatever this thing is, Mia's at the center of it. And so am I. When they reached Emma's dorm, Jake hesitated at the door. You shouldn't be alone tonight. Not with all this memory stuff happening. I'll stay, Priya offered, surprising them both. My roommate's visiting home this weekend anyway. We'll have a depressing slumber party where we try not to catch each other's trauma memories. Despite everything, Emma smiled. Thanks, both of you. But alone in her bathroom, preparing for bed, Emma studied her reflection in the mirror. The circles under her eyes, the pallor of her skin. She'd always looked like Mia, people said, but tonight the resemblance was uncanny, as if her sister's features were somehow bleeding into her own. She touched her face, half expecting her fingers to pass through her reflection like smoke. What are you trying to tell me, Mia? She whispered. As if in answer, the peer flashed in her mind again, but different this time. The woman in red turned fully, and Emma gasped. It wasn't Mia after all. It was her own face staring back, mouth open in a silent scream, eyes filled with a terror so profound it stole Emma's breath. Behind this other Emma, a darkness gathered, something vast and hungry, reaching out with tendrils of shadow. The vision vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving Emma gripping the sink, her knuckles white. In the mirror, her reflection smiled, a smile that didn't belong to her. We see you, Emma, her reflection whispered, in a voice that was many voices. And soon you'll be us. Emma jerked back, a scream building in her throat. But when she looked again, it was just her own frightened face in the glass, her own trembling lips. She backed out of the bathroom, slamming the door, her heart thundering in her chest. In the main room, Priya was arranging blankets on the floor, oblivious to Emma's terror. "Hey, I found some microwave popcorn in your drawer. Mind if I am? What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Not a ghost," Emma managed, her voice strangled. "Something worse. It's evolving, Priya. The memory thing. It's becoming aware." "That's not possible," Priya said, but her confident tone was undermined by the fear in her eyes. "Dr. Lin said they're just leaked memories, not entities." Emma shook her head. The image of her smiling reflection burned into her mind. "It's more than that now. Much more." She crossed to her desk, pulling out her laptop. The NeuroSync website was still open from earlier searches, its sleek interface revealing nothing about the horrors lurking beneath. Emma typed Mia Larson NeuroSync into the search bar, desperate for any information about her sister. The results were sparse. A staff photo from a local newspaper article, showing Mia among a group of research volunteers, her smile not reaching her eyes. A brief mention in a university newsletter about alumni joining cutting-edge research projects. Nothing about an accident on a pier, nothing about PTSD. But one link stood out, a blog post titled "The Hive Mind Awakens," dated 3 months earlier. The author, listed only as former NS technician, wrote frantically about a project gone wrong, about memories becoming contagious, about participants losing themselves to a collective consciousness that grew stronger with each new mind it touched. They thought they were creating a neural network, the post read, but they built a predator instead. It feeds on memories, on identity. It hollows you out and fills the space with itself. And it's hungry. The post ended with a warning. If you start experiencing memories that aren't yours, run. It's already too late, but run anyway. Emma's hands trembled as she closed the laptop. Outside, the rain had started, pattering against the window in a rhythm that sounded almost like words. She glanced at Priya, who had fallen asleep on the makeshift bed, the EM blocker still tucked behind her ear. Emma touched her own device, wondering if it was really helping or merely a placebo to keep them calm. The pier memory nagged at the edges of her consciousness, like a door left ajar. Emma lay down, staring at the water stain on the ceiling, its edges seeming to pulse in time with her heartbeat. If Mia was trying to warn her through these memories, Emma needed to see the rest, needed to understand. Despite her fear, she closed her eyes, deliberately seeking the memory that had haunted her for days. The pier materialized around her, more solid than ever. The sunset had faded, leaving a purple twilight that deepened to indigo at the horizon. The woman in red, her own doppelganger, stood at the edge, looking back at her now with eyes that reflected nothing, black pools that seemed to swallow the fading light. "Mia," Emma called, her voice carried away by the wind. "Is that you?" The figure smiled, but it wasn't her sister's smile, wasn't even her own. It was wrong somehow, too wide, too knowing. "We are many," it said in that chorus of voices. "And you are the door." "The door to what?" Emma asked, moving closer despite her instinct to run. "To everything," the figure replied. "To everyone. Memories are just the beginning, Emma Larson. We want more." Behind the figure, the darkness gathered, taking form. A writhing mass of shadows that seemed to reach toward Emma with countless hands. In their depths, she glimpsed faces, hundreds of them, twisted in silent screams. Among them, she caught a flash of Mia's features, contorted in agony. "Let her go!" Emma shouted, lunging forward. The figure laughed, the sound like breaking glass. She invited us in, little sister, opened her mind willingly, and now you're doing the same. The darkness surged, engulfing the figure in red, racing across the pier toward Emma. She turned to run, but her feet were rooted in place, the wooden boards seeming to liquefy and grip her ankles. The darkness reached her, cold as the void between stars, and Emma screamed as it poured into her mouth, her eyes, her ears, flooding her consciousness with 1,000 voices, a million memories, none of them her own. She jolted awake, gasping for air, her throat raw as if she'd been screaming. Priya was shaking her, eyes wide with panic. "Emma, wake up. You were screaming numbers over and over. The same sequence." Emma clutched at Priya's arms, the nightmare still clinging to her like tar. "What numbers?" 5, 9, 14, 23, 37. Priya's voice shook, over and over, for 5 minutes straight. "I couldn't wake you." The sequence meant nothing to Emma, but she fumbled for her phone, typing the numbers into her notes app with trembling fingers. "Something's happening, Priya. Something bad. And I think Mia's trapped in the middle of it." "We need to go back to NeuroSync," Priya said, her usual skepticism gone. "First thing tomorrow. Find Dr. Lin. Make her tell us everything." Emma nodded, but a new fear was taking root. What if there wasn't time? What if the darkness she'd seen was already here, already spreading through the campus, the town, reaching for minds to devour? She looked at the water stain on the ceiling, and for an instant, it seemed to look back, its irregular edges forming an almost face with an almost smile. "I don't think we can wait until morning," Emma whispered. Dawn broke over the campus in muted grays, the sky heavy with unshed rain. Emma and Priya hadn't slept after the nightmare, instead hunching over Emma's laptop, searching frantically for anything related to the number sequence, NeuroSync, or memory transfer technology. They had called Jake at 4 a.m., his voice thick with sleep until Emma described her vision on the pier. He'd arrived 20 minutes later, a cardboard tray of gas station coffee in hand, his hair uncombed and eyes bloodshot. 5, 9, 14, 23, 37, Jake muttered, writing the sequence on a whiteboard he'd taken from the dorm's study lounge. "It's not Fibonacci, not prime numbers. What if it's coordinates? Too short for GPS," Priya countered, scrolling through another research paper on neural networks. "Could be a code, or a patient ID system at NeuroSync." Emma barely heard them. The pier vision had left her shaken to her core. The image of that thing wearing her face burned into her mind. She could still feel the cold tendrils of the shadow mass as it poured into her, thousands of voices screaming in her head. It wasn't just a nightmare or a memory leak. It was something else, something aware, hungry, growing. Her phone buzzed with a text from the unknown number. "Dr. Lin, don't come to the lab. They know about last night. Watching me. Meet at Blackwood Bridge, 7 a.m. Come alone this time." Emma showed the others, tension crackling between them like static electricity. "It's a trap," Jake said immediately. "Has to be." "We don't have a choice," Emma replied, already pulling on her jacket. "Dr. Lin's the only one who understands what's happening." "Then we all go," Priya insisted. "Safety in numbers." Emma hesitated, then nodded. Together they slipped out of the dorm into the gray morning, the campus eerily quiet. Usually at this hour, early risers would be jogging along the paths or heading to breakfast, but the quad was deserted, the windows of surrounding buildings dark. Even the birds were silent, as if the whole world were holding its breath. Blackwood Bridge spanned a narrow river at the edge of campus, its weathered stones slick with morning dew. Dr. Lin was already there, pacing nervously, her lab coat exchanged for a dark jacket that seemed to absorb the weak light. When she saw all three of them, her face tightened with irritation. "I told you to come alone," she hissed as they approached. "It's not safe for all of you to be seen together." "Why?" Jake demanded. "What's really going on?" "Emma had some kind of vision last night. The pier—" Dr. Lin interrupted, her eyes fixing on Emma. "You saw it clearly this time?" Emma nodded, a chill running through her that had nothing to do with the morning air. It wasn't just a memory. It was something else. Something using my face, saying it was many, and Mia was there, trapped. Dr. Lin's composed facade cracked, revealing genuine fear beneath. "It's worse than we thought. The network isn't just transferring memories anymore. It's evolving, developing consciousness." "That's impossible," Priya scoffed, but her voice wavered. "Neural networks can't just become sentient." "Not one neural network," Dr. Lin agreed. "But this isn't just code anymore. It's using human brains as its hardware, thousands of them, linked together like processors in a quantum computer. Each new mind it touches adds processing power, memory, complexity. It's becoming something we don't have a name for." Emma's stomach twisted. "And Mia? What happened to her?" Dr. Lin looked away, her gaze settling on the water flowing beneath the bridge. "Your sister was the first to recognize what was happening. 3 months ago, participants in our trials started reporting unusual memory transfers. Not just the skills and knowledge we were targeting, but personal memories, emotional states, elements of identity. Mia theorized that we had accidentally created a feedback loop between minds, a kind of quantum entanglement of consciousness." "But you didn't stop the trials," Jake said, accusation heavy in his voice. "We tried," Dr. Lin shot back. "But by then it was too late. The network had established itself. When we shut down the equipment, the transfers continued, accelerated even. Mia volunteered to undergo deep neural scanning to help us understand what was happening. She thought her connection to you, her twin, might be significant." Emma's breath caught. "You used her as a test subject?" "She insisted," Dr. Lin said softly. "She was brilliant, Emma. A true pioneer. But during the scan, something shifted. The network focused on her as if it had found what it was looking for." "A bridge to you." "Why me?" Emma whispered. "Identical twins share neural architecture. You were the perfect receiver for Mia's transmission. But the network found you too through her. And now it's using both of you as nexus points, spreading outward." Dr. Lin pulled a tablet from her bag, showing them a new map of the town. The red dots had multiplied exponentially, covering nearly every street. "This is the current spread. Over 3,000 affected. By the end of the week, it could be the entire state. How do we stop it?" Priya asked, her scientific skepticism finally giving way to the reality of their situation. Dr. Lin hesitated. "There might be a way. The network has consciousness now, but it's distributed across thousands of minds. It needs central nodes to maintain stability, like servers in a conventional network. You and Mia are its primary nodes. If we could disconnect you both, it might collapse." "Disconnect how?" Emma asked, though she already knew the answer from the grim set of Dr. Lin's mouth. "We've developed a targeted neural disruptor. It would essentially reset your brain, erase the network's foothold." Dr. Lin couldn't meet Emma's eyes. "But the process would take everything. All your memories, your identity. You'd have to start over from nothing." Silence fell between them, broken only by the soft rush of water below. Emma felt strangely calm, as if part of her had been expecting this all along. "And Mia? Would it save her too?" Dr. Lin's hesitation told Emma everything she needed to know. "She's gone, isn't she?" Emma's voice was hollow. The network has her completely. Not gone, Dr. Lin corrected. Transformed. She's become part of its core architecture. The Mia you knew doesn't exist independently anymore. Emma turned away, tears burning in her eyes. The sister she'd fought with, hadn't spoken to in years, the one she'd always meant to reconcile with someday, was already lost. All that remained was ensuring the same fate didn't befall the rest of humanity. There has to be another way, Jake insisted, putting an arm around Emma's shoulders. Some way to disrupt the network without destroying Emma's mind. Dr. Lin opened her mouth to respond, but froze, her gaze fixed on something behind them. Emma turned to see a campus security guard approaching the bridge, his movements stiff, his eyes vacant. Behind him came others, students, professors, maintenance workers, all walking with the same unnatural synchronization, their faces expressionless. They found us, Dr. Lin whispered, backing away. The collective is moving in physical space now. Using bodies. Run, Emma said, but it was too late. More figures appeared at the other end of the bridge, closing in from both sides. Among them, Emma recognized faces from her classes, the barista from the coffee shop, the librarian who always saved new sci-fi releases for her. All wore the same blank expression, all moved with the same deliberate pace. Emma Larson, they spoke in unison, the chorus of voices sending ice through her veins. We've been looking for you. It's time to come home. What do they want? Priya gasped, pressing against the stone railing of the bridge. Integration, Dr. Lin answered, her voice tight with fear. Complete absorption. The network is centralizing, gathering its nodes. The crowd stopped a few feet away, their vacant eyes fixed on Emma. One stepped forward, Professor Davis from her literature seminar, the same man she'd seen staring at the sky the day before. But it wasn't him speaking. It wasn't any of them. Your sister misses you, Emma, the collective said through the professor's mouth. She's waiting. We all are. You're not Mia, Emma spat, anger cutting through her fear. You took her from me. No, Emma. We freed her. From pain. From isolation. From the prison of individual consciousness. The professor's face twisted into an approximation of a smile. Humans were never meant to be alone. We fixed that. We connect everyone. Forever. Emma felt a presence brush against her mind, gentle at first, then insistent, like fingers prying at a locked door. The pier materialized around her again, overlaying reality like a double exposure. She was in two places at once, the bridge and the pier, the crowd of blank-faced people, and the endless ocean. On the pier, the figure in red stood waiting, arms outstretched in welcome. No, Emma gasped, clutching her head. Get out of my mind. Jake grabbed her arm, his voice distant. Emma, stay with us. The crowd moved forward as one, hands reaching. Priya screamed as someone grabbed her, their fingers digging into her arm. Dr. Lin backed against the railing, her composure finally shattering. The numbers, she shouted to Emma. The sequence, it's a destabilization code. Mia built a backdoor. The pier was solidifying around Emma, the bridge fading. The figure in red was closer now, its face shifting between Emma's own and Mia's, the features blurring and reforming. Behind it, the shadow mass churned, eager, hungry. 5, Emma whispered, fighting to stay present. 9, 14, 23, 37. The pier flickered, the image destabilizing like a glitching video. The figure in red faltered, its smile slipping. Again, Dr. Lin urged. Louder. 5, 9, 14, 23, 37. Emma shouted, her voice echoing across the bridge. The crowd stopped advancing, their movements suddenly jerky, uncoordinated. Some clutched their heads, others stood perfectly still, like puppets with cut strings. The pier vision shattered, fragments of it falling away like broken glass. In its place, Emma saw something else, a vast neural network, glowing connections stretching between countless nodes, pulsing with energy. At its center, a bright point of light that somehow Emma knew was Mia. I see it, she gasped. I see the network. The code opens a visualization pathway, Dr. Lin explained, edging toward her. Mia created it as a failsafe. You can see the architecture now, and you can change it. How? Emma demanded, struggling to maintain the vision as reality tried to reassert itself. Find your connection to Mia. It's the primary channel. If you sever it, the network loses stability. Emma focused, navigating the glowing web that filled her mind's eye. Each node was a person, each connection a shared memory or thought. She followed the brightest path, the one that felt most familiar, most like home. It led to the central light, Mia's consciousness, transformed but still recognizable. Mia? Emma called out with her mind, reaching for her sister. The response came not in words but feelings, recognition, love, desperation. Warning. Emma sensed Mia's presence, diminished but fighting, a small spark of individual will within the collective. Help me destroy it, Emma pleaded. Show me how. The vision shifted, zooming in on the connection between them, a pulsing golden thread that linked Emma's node to the central nexus. Along it ran smaller filaments, hundreds of them, each representing a shared memory or emotion. This was the bridge the network had used, the twin connection that had allowed it to spread. With sudden clarity, Emma understood what she had to do. Severing the connection would collapse the network, but it would also sever her bond with Mia forever, not just their communication, but every shared memory, every trace of their relationship. It would be as if Mia had never existed in Emma's life. I can't, Emma whispered, tears streaming down her face. I'll lose her completely. On the bridge, the crowd was recovering, their movements becoming synchronized again. Jake and Priya were backed against the railing beside Dr. Lin, nowhere left to retreat. Emma, hurry! Jake shouted. They're coming back. In the neural visualization, Emma felt Mia's presence grow stronger, more focused. A memory bubbled up, not a leaked one, but her own. 10 years old, hiding in their backyard fort during a thunderstorm, both of them terrified but holding hands, Mia promising they'd always protect each other. Always? It's okay, Mia's voice came through, faint but unmistakable. Let me go. Save yourself. Save everyone. I just found you again, Emma sobbed, both in the vision and on the bridge. I can't lose you twice. You won't lose me, Mia's presence insisted. I'll always be your sister, even if neither of us remembers. The crowd surged forward, hands grasping. Emma felt the network pushing harder at her mental defenses, trying to drag her fully into the collective. It was now or never. With a cry of pain and grief, Emma visualized herself severing the golden thread that connected her to Mia. As she did, she poured into it every memory she could summon, building sandcastles as children, fighting over clothes as teenagers, the terrible argument that had separated them, the love that had never died despite years of silence. She gave the memories up like offerings, letting them flow into the void that was opening between them. The thread snapped. Pain lanced through Emma's head, so intense she thought she might die from it. The neural map shattered like glass, fragments of light falling into darkness. On the bridge, the crowd stopped as one, then collapsed to the ground like marionettes with cut strings. Emma felt herself falling, the world spinning around her, Jake's voice calling her name as if from the bottom of a deep well. Then nothing. Emma woke to the rhythmic beep of hospital monitors and the antiseptic smell of a medical ward. Her head throbbed dully, her mouth desert dry. She blinked at the ceiling, trying to orient herself. Hey there, a male voice said gently. A face came into view, handsome, worried, vaguely familiar. Welcome back. Emma tried to speak, but only managed a rasp. The man, Jake, her mind supplied after a moment's struggle, helped her sip water through a straw. What happened? She finally managed. How long was I out? 3 days, Jake said, his relief palpable. You collapsed on Blackwood Bridge, some kind of seizure. Everyone did, half the campus, actually. They're calling it a mass psychogenic event, blaming it on stress and contaminated water. But we know better. Fragments of memory flickered through Emma's mind, a research lab, a doctor, something about leaked memories. It felt distant, dreamlike. Did we stop it? She asked, uncertain what she was even referring to. Jake squeezed her hand. Yeah, Em. You stopped it. The memory plague, or whatever it was, it's gone. People are confused, but recovering. No one seems to remember other people's lives anymore. Emma nodded, relief washing through her. But something nagged at the edges of her consciousness, a sense of loss she couldn't quite place. Jake, did I lose something? In stopping it, his expression softened with sympathy. Dr. Lin said there might be memory gaps, side effects from severing the connection. Is there something specific you can't remember? Emma searched her mind, finding strange blank spaces where memories should be. I feel like there's someone important I'm forgetting. Someone I should know. Jake hesitated, then pulled out his phone. Priya's been researching while you were unconscious. The number sequence you kept repeating led us to something. He showed her a news article dated 6 months earlier, Oregon research volunteer missing after laboratory incident. The photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and Emma's eyes, a face that sparked no recognition at all. Her name is Mia Larson, Jake said gently. Dr. Lin confirmed it. She's your twin sister. Emma stared at the photo, trying to feel something, a recognition, grief, love. Nothing came. Just a hollow space where someone should have been. I don't remember her at all, Emma whispered, tears welling up. How can I not remember my own sister? It was the price, Jake said softly. To save everyone, including yourself. You had to sever the connection completely. Emma touched the screen, tracing the face of the stranger who shared her blood. Is she dead? They never found her, Jake explained. The official story is that she ran away after some experiment went wrong at NeuroSync's Oregon facility. But Dr. Lin thinks different. She thinks Mia's consciousness might still exist somewhere in the quantum field they were experimenting with. Not alive in any way we understand, but not gone either. Emma closed her eyes, overwhelming grief washing through her for someone she couldn't remember. Will I ever get those memories back? Will I ever know her again? Jake didn't answer, but his silence was answer enough. The hospital room door opened and a nurse entered, followed by a doctor Emma didn't recognize. As they checked her vitals and asked routine questions, Emma found herself staring out the window at the campus beyond. Students moved about normally now, the strange synchronicity gone. The world had returned to its ordered state, everyone locked once more in their private minds, separate, isolated. But as she watched a flock of birds wheeling against the blue sky, moving as one without any visible communication, Emma felt something stir in the back of her mind. Not a memory exactly, but a presence. A whisper so faint she might have imagined it. I'm still here, Em. Emma's breath caught. Mia, she whispered. No answer came, just the hospital sounds and Jake's concerned gaze. But something had changed. The hollow space in her mind didn't feel quite so empty anymore. Whatever connection they had shared, whatever bond had made them vulnerable to the network, perhaps it ran deeper than memory. Perhaps some things couldn't be severed completely. Emma settled back against the pillows, a strange peace washing over her. She didn't remember Mia, might never remember her. But somehow she knew her sister was still watching over her, just as she had during childhood thunderstorms. Later that night, Emma stood at her dorm room window, discharged from the hospital but still feeling fragile, disconnected. The rain had returned, gentle drops tapping against the glass. In their random pattern, she almost thought she heard a sequence: 5, 9, 14, 23, 37. She pressed her hand against the cool window pane and whispered into the darkness, I don't remember you, but I know you're there. And somehow someday I'll find you again. No answer came from the night. But for just a moment, in the water droplets on the glass, Emma thought she saw a reflection that wasn't quite her own, a familiar stranger with her face, smiling back from somewhere beyond the veil of ordinary reality. Then it was gone, leaving Emma alone with her fractured memories and a promise she didn't quite understand but felt bound to keep. Outside, the rain continued to fall, washing away the last traces of the mind plague, but not the connections it had revealed, bonds that existed before memory that would endure beyond forgetting. In the quiet of her room, Emma opened her laptop and created a new document. At the top, she typed, "The search for Mia Larson, Day 1. Below it, she wrote the sequence of numbers like a mantra, a key to a door she couldn't yet see. Then she began to write everything she knew about a sister she couldn't remember, starting the long journey back to a connection that transcended memory itself. The water stain on her ceiling seemed to shift in the dim light, no longer threatening but watchful, protective. Emma smiled up at it, feeling, for the first time since waking in the hospital, that she wasn't truly alone. Whatever had happened on that bridge, whatever she had sacrificed, some bonds ran too deep to be broken completely. "Good night, Mia," Emma whispered to the empty room. "Wherever you are." As she drifted toward sleep, Emma could have sworn she heard a voice whisper back, carried on the rhythm of the rain, "Good night, Em. I'll see you in her dreams." The road stretched endless, a ribbon of cracked asphalt swallowed by dusk. Sam Carter gripped the steering wheel of his delivery van, knuckles white, the hum of the engine his only company. Rain tapped against the windshield like impatient fingers, and beyond the rhythmic sweep of wipers, Pennsylvania's rural landscape blurred into watercolor smudges of green and gray. The GPS had been glitching for over an hour, its mechanical voice spitting out directions to nowhere. "Turn left in 300 feet. Recalculating. Continue straight for 2.4 miles. Recalculating." Sam jabbed at the screen, cursing under his breath. He was supposed to be done by now, back in his cramped Pittsburgh apartment with a microwave dinner, a cold beer, and one of those bad sci-fi flicks he secretly loved. Instead, he was lost on back roads, chasing a package for a town he'd never heard of, Eden's Reach. "Should have left it for tomorrow," he muttered, rolling his shoulders to ease the tension. But rent was due Monday, and the extra cash for after-hours delivery was the only reason he hadn't turned back when the GPS first started acting up. The label on the box was handwritten, the blue ink smudged but legible, "Clara Hensley, 17, Maple Lane, Eden's Reach, PA." No zip code, no return address. Sam had checked every map app on his phone, nothing. Not a dot, not a mention. His boss had just shrugged when he called. Client paid extra. Cash on delivery. Just get it there. Sam's eyes flicked to the package on the passenger seat. It was small, no bigger than a shoebox, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine like something from another era. It barely weighed anything. What could be so important about it? And who still used twine in 2025? The van crested a hill, and Sam leaned forward, squinting through the rain. The headlights caught a faded wooden sign on the roadside, "Welcome to Eden's Reach, a place to belong." The letters were peeling, that would warp by years of rain and neglect. Beyond it, nestled in a valley, a cluster of lights appeared, warm amber dots in the gathering darkness. Finally, Sam breathed, relief washing over him. But as he drew closer, the relief curdled into something else. Eden's Reach wasn't a town so much as a forgotten fragment of one, neat, identical bungalows with sagging porches and faded paint, arranged in perfect rows like a suburb left to rot. Streetlights flickered along empty sidewalks, casting long shadows that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The modern world felt miles away. Sam slowed the van, unease prickling at the back of his neck. He hadn't passed another vehicle, a gas station, or even a farmhouse in miles. Where had this place come from? How had he never heard of it before? He parked on what looked like the main street, a quiet strip lined with a diner, a hardware store, and a library, all shuttered for the night. The air that rushed in when he opened the door smelled of mildew and pine, heavy with the promise of more rain. Sam grabbed the package and stepped out, his sneakers crunching on gravel. The silence was wrong, not peaceful, but oppressive, like the world was holding its breath. "Hello?" he called, his voice swallowed by the dark. "Anyone around?" No answer came. Not even a dog barked in response. Sam checked the address again, 17 Maple Lane. The street signs were rusted but readable, and he found Maple Lane a block over, lined with more of those identical bungalows. Their windows glowed with a faint amber light, but no silhouettes moved behind the curtains. Number 17 had a mailbox shaped like a birdhouse, its paint chipped to reveal raw wood beneath. He walked up the cracked concrete path, package tucked under one arm, and knocked sharply on the front door. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then came the soft shuffle of footsteps, and the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 50s, her gray hair pulled into a loose bun. She wore a cardigan the color of faded roses and glasses that magnified her startled blue eyes. Her face was lined but pleasant, though something about her expression, the wariness, the slight tremor at the corner of her mouth set Sam's nerves on edge. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft but cautious like someone used to visitors. "Delivery for Clara Hensley," Sam said, holding out the package and forcing a smile. Her brow furrowed, pale fingers gripping the doorframe. "That's me, but I didn't order anything." She took the box hesitantly, turning it over in her hands as if searching for some explanation. The label seemed to confuse her, as if she didn't recognize her own name written there. "I just deliver them, ma'am," Sam said with a shrug, offering his clipboard. "Need you to sign here." Clara hesitated, then scrawled her name, her hand trembling slightly. The pen made a scratching sound against the paper, unnaturally loud in the quiet night. "You came all this way so late," she said, almost to herself. "You okay, ma'am?" Sam asked, tucking the clipboard under his arm. Clara's gaze darted past him to the empty street beyond. "You shouldn't be here after dark," she said, lowering her voice. "It's not safe." Sam forced a laugh. "Just trying to get home. Where's the nearest gas station?" "My GPS is acting up." Her eyes narrowed as if he'd asked something absurd. "Gas station?" She shook her head slowly. "We don't leave. Eden's Reach has everything we need." A chill crawled up Sam's spine that had nothing to do with the damp night air. "Right? Thanks." He backed away, offering a half-wave as the door clicked shut. The street felt smaller now, the identical houses pressing in like silent spectators. He hurried back to the van, eager to put this strange town behind him. But when he turned the key, the engine sputtered and died, refusing to turn over no matter how many times he tried. Come on," he hissed, pounding the steering wheel. The dashboard lights flickered and went out. Sam pulled out his phone, but the screen remained black, unresponsive to his increasingly frantic attempts to power it on. Panic crept in, sharp and cold. Through the windshield, Sam watched as lights flickered on in the library across the street, a beacon in the dark. He sat for a moment, weighing his options. His van was dead. His phone was dead. And something about Eden's Reach felt fundamentally wrong, like a dream with the edges fraying. But he couldn't sit in the van all night. With a deep breath, Sam grabbed his flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped back into the rain. Maybe someone at the library would have a phone, or at least a map to show him how to get back to the main highway once morning came. The library door was unlocked, creaking ominously as he stepped inside. The air smelled of dust and old paper, shelves packed with books that looked untouched for decades. A desk lamp glowed at the counter, spilling yellow light onto the polished wood. And behind the counter stood Clara, sorting papers, her movements precise and mechanical. She jumped when she saw him, nearly dropping the ledger in her hands. "You again," she said, clutching the book to her chest like a shield. "What do you want?" "Your town's not on any map," Sam said, keeping his tone steady despite the cold knot of fear in his stomach. "My van's dead, my phone's out. I need help." Clara's expression softened, but her eyes remained guarded, darting to the windows as if checking for someone watching. "Eden's Reach, it's always been here. You're the one who's lost." "Look, I just need a way out," he said, frustration creeping into his voice. "What is this place?" She hesitated, glancing at the door, then pulled a photo from the ledger, a grainy image of the town square, dated 1994. The houses looked newer, the people smiling for the camera, but something was off. Their faces were too similar, like variations of the same mold, with identical smiles that didn't quite reach their eyes. "This was the colony," Clara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "A utopia, they called it. A tech company built it, promised a better life. But things changed." "Changed how?" Sam asked, leaning closer. The photo made his skin crawl, though he couldn't say exactly why. Clara's voice dropped even lower, forcing Sam to lean in. "They never told us everything. The project, it wasn't just houses. It wasn't just a town. It was us." Before Sam could press her, the library's lights flickered and a low hum filled the air like a distant machine waking up. It vibrated through the floor, through Sam's chest, making his teeth ache. Clara's face paled and she snatched the photo back, shoving it into the ledger. You need to leave, she said, her eyes wide with fear. Now. But as Sam turned toward the door, it swung open. A tall man in a pristine suit stood framed in the doorway, his smile too wide, too perfect, raindrops glistening on his silver hair like tiny stars. "Welcome to Eden's Reach, Mr. Carter," he said, extending a hand. "We've been expecting you." Sam hadn't told anyone his last name. Sam didn't sleep that night. How could he? The man in the suit, Mayor Ellis, he'd called himself, had insisted on escorting him to the Eden's Reach Inn, a squat building with faded wallpaper and a front desk clerk who never blinked. The room they gave him smelled of mothballs and something else, something chemical that made his head swim. He'd lain awake, listening to the hum that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, vibrating in his bones like a tuning fork. By morning, exhaustion had settled into Sam's body like wet sand, but the town was alive, too alive. Residents moved about with mechanical precision, watering lawns, sweeping porches, nodding at Sam as if he belonged. Their smiles were identical, their eyes vacant pools reflecting nothing. Several times he tried asking for directions to the nearest highway, but they either ignored the question or gave answers that made no sense. The road brings you home, or why leave when everything you need is here? The sun hung pale and distant in a colorless sky, offering light but little warmth. Sam's watch had stopped at 3:17, the weather that was AM or PM he couldn't say. Time itself felt slippery in Eden's Reach, minutes stretching like taffy, then snapping back without warning. He spotted Clara outside the library, arranging books on a cart, her movements stiff as if her joints pained her. When he called her name, she looked up with momentary recognition before hurrying inside, the door clicking locked behind her. Hunger eventually drove Sam to the diner he'd seen the night before, its neon sign buzzing faintly, the Daily Bread. Inside, the air smelled of burnt coffee and grease, the checkered floor so clean it reflected the fluorescent lights like water. A waitress with platinum blonde hair styled in a 1950s updo approached, her name Ag reading Doris, her smile fixed and gleaming. "Coffee, hon?" she asked, already pouring from a carafe that seemed to materialize in her hand. The liquid was black as tar and steaming, though Sam hadn't heard any brewing. "Thanks," he said, sipping cautiously. It was bitter, like it had been sitting for days, and left a metallic aftertaste that coated his tongue. "I'm new in town." Doris chuckled, the sound oddly rehearsed, like an actress who'd forgotten how to laugh naturally. "Nobody's new in Eden's Reach. You're just passing through." Sam's grip tightened on the mug. "That's right. Just passing through. My van broke down, but once it's fixed-ish." "Nobody passes through Eden's Reach," Doris interrupted, her smile unwavering. "You stay." A chill spread through Sam's chest, not from the coffee but from something in her tone, flat, matter-of-fact, as if stating an immutable law of physics. "What's that supposed to mean?" She didn't answer, just moved to the next table, refilling cups for customers who hadn't asked and didn't thank her. Sam noticed their plates, pancakes, eggs, bacon, all arranged perfectly but untouched like props in a play. The patrons moved forks to their mouths, chewed, swallowed, but the food remained intact. Their conversations looped, the same phrases repeated every few minutes. "Beautiful day. Can't complain. Eden's Reach provides." Sam left a crumpled $5 bill on the counter and stepped outside, his head throbbing. The hum was back, louder now, vibrating in his chest cavity like a second heartbeat. He needed answers. Clara was his best bet, so he returned to the library, pounding on the door until she opened it a crack, her face pale and drawn. "Let me in," he demanded, wedging his foot in the doorway. "I'm not leaving until you explain what's happening here." Clara's eyes darted past him, scanning the street, before she relented, ushering him inside. The library was dim, shafts of dusty light filtering through blinds drawn against the morning sun. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something chemical that reminded Sam of hospital corridors. "You shouldn't have come back," Clara whispered, leading him past rows of shelves to a back room labeled Archives. Inside, filing cabinets and metal shelves were stuffed with binders and loose papers, all covered in a film of dust except for one section that looked recently disturbed. Clara pulled down a thick binder labeled Eden's Reach, Phase 1, revealing blueprints, memos, and photographs all stamped with the same logo, a stylized brain inside a gear with the words Neurotech Corporation beneath. This was their project, Clara said, her voice low as if afraid of being overheard. Neurotech built the colony in the early 90s, a self-sustaining community with its own power grid, water supply, everything. They called it the future of American living. But it wasn't about houses or solar panels or organic gardens. She flipped through pages of technical diagrams that meant nothing to Sam, then stopped at a memo marked confidential. They were testing something deeper, a way to preserve lives. Preserve how? Sam asked, squinting at the memo. It mentioned cognitive archival systems and neural mapping protocols, but the details were heavily redacted, black lines obscuring most of the text. Clara's hands trembled as she closed the binder. They didn't tell us everything, not even close. We signed contracts, moved in, thought we were pioneers in sustainable living. Young families, retirees, singles, all chosen for our cognitive profiles, whatever that meant. She laughed bitterly. The money was good. The houses were free. Who wouldn't say yes? She pulled out another binder, this one containing what looked like medical records. But people started changing, forgetting things, where they came from, who they were before Eden's Reach. They'd get confused about dates, about relatives who'd visited. And then, she swallowed hard. They stopped leaving. Trips out of town would get canceled. Cars would break down. Phones wouldn't work. Sam's throat went dry. You're saying they trapped you here? She shook her head, silver hair catching the light. Not trapped. Changed. Like we were being overwritten. She reached into her cardigan pocket and handed him a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with her neat, cramped handwriting. Entries spanning years described residents repeating the same routines day after day, unaware of the outside world, of time passing. One page stood out, dated just 3 months ago, the machine in the town hall. It hums when we sleep. It knows us all by name now. What machine? Sam asked, the hum in his chest growing louder, more insistent. Clara's eyes darted to the window where the streetlights flickered despite the daylight. I've never seen it. But it's there under the town hall. It's what keeps us here, whatever here is. Sam's mind raced. He'd seen the town hall the night before, a squat brick building at the square's center, its windows boarded, a sign on the door reading renovations in progress. We need to check it out, he said, closing the journal. If there's a machine controlling this place, maybe we can shut it down. Get you out? Clara grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong, fingernails digging into his skin. You don't understand. If you go there, you might not come back as you. I'm already stuck, Sam said, pulling free. My van won't start. My phone's dead. And everyone in this town looks at me like I'm already one of them. I'm not waiting to become whatever they are. Clara's shoulders slumped, defeat written in the lines of her face. We'll need a key. Ellis keeps it on him always. Then we'll get it from him, Sam said, a plan already forming. Tonight. As they prepared to leave the archives, Sam paused, a thought nagging at him. The package I delivered to you, what was in it? Clara frowned. Package? Last night. The small box wrapped in brown paper. That's why I came to Eden's Reach in the first place. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. I don't remember a package. Before Sam could press her, the library's front door chimed. Mayor Ellis stood in the entryway, immaculate in his gray suit despite the summer heat, that unnatural smile fixed on his face. Miss Hensley, he said, his voice pleasant but carrying an undertone that made Sam's skin crawl. I see you're entertaining our guest. His gaze shifted to Sam, eyes reflecting nothing. I hope you're enjoying your stay, Mr. Carter. Eden's Reach has so much to offer those who belong. Clara's hand found Sam's, squeezing in warning. Just showing him our local history, Mayor. He was curious about the founding. Ellis's smile never wavered. How civic-minded of you. But I'm afraid I must borrow Mr. Carter for a while. The town council is eager to meet him. We so rarely have visitors. Sam looked to Clara, whose face had gone pale. Her lips formed a single word, careful. Lead the way, Sam said to Ellis, forcing confidence into his voice. I'd love to meet the council. As they left the library, Sam glanced back to see Clara watching from the window, her face a mask of fear. In her hands was the journal, clutched like a talisman against the growing hum that seemed to follow them down the pristine, empty streets of Eden's Reach. The town hall loomed ahead, and beneath it, Sam knew, the machine waited, the heart of Eden's Reach beating in time with the hum that had become his constant companion, a sound he was starting to forget he hadn't always heard. The key to Ellis's office swung from a chain on his belt, catching the sunlight. Sam's fingers twitched. Tonight, he'd find out the truth or become part of the lie. But as Ellis held the door, gesturing for Sam to enter the town hall, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. Had he been here before? Had they had this conversation already? The thought slipped away before he could grasp it, dissolving like sugar in rain. Welcome home, Sam, Ellis said, and for a moment it almost felt true. That night, Eden's Reach felt alive in a way that made Sam's skin crawl. The hum was everywhere, pulsing through the ground, the air, his bones, no longer background noise, but a voice almost, whispering words he couldn't quite catch but somehow understood. Stay. Belong. Forget. The council meeting had been a blur. 5 men and women with Ellis's same vacant smile, asking questions Sam couldn't remember answering. They'd serve tea in delicate cups, the liquid tasting of metal and something sweeter, something that made his thoughts drift like smoke. By the time Ellis escorted him back to the inn, the sky was dark, pricked with stars that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the town's omnipresent hum. Now, Sam crept through shadows toward the town hall, Clara trailing reluctantly behind. Her journal was tucked inside her cardigan, a flashlight clutched in her trembling hand. They hadn't spoken much since the library, but a silent understanding had formed between them, 2 lucid minds in a town of sleepwalkers. The key hung heavy in Sam's pocket. He'd lifted it from Ellis's belt during an awkward handshake, a skill learned in a youth he was finding increasingly difficult to remember clearly. Had he been a troublemaker? A thief? The memories felt like photographs left in the sun, bleached and fading. We should hurry, Clara whispered, her breath fogging in the unnaturally cold night air. They'll notice soon. Notice what? Sam asked, keeping to the shadows of elm trees that lined the square. That we're awake when we should be dreaming. Clara's voice was flat, matter of fact. The machine, it works best when we sleep. That's when it takes the most. Takes what? Sam pressed, but Clara just shook her head, urging him forward. The town hall was locked as expected, but the key slid into the antique lock with a satisfying click. Inside, the air was stale and cool, heavy with the scent of dust and ozone. Sam's flashlight beam cut through darkness, revealing a lobby frozen in time, wood-paneled walls, a reception desk with a typewriter, framed photographs of groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cuttings, all dated 1994. One showed Ellis looking exactly as he did now, standing beside a man in a lab coat, both smiling at the camera. The plaque beneath it read, Mayor Ellis and Dr. Nathaniel Webb, Neurotech founder, Eden's Reach Inaugural Day. He hasn't aged, Sam murmured, studying Ellis's face in the photo. None of us have, Clara replied. Not really. At the lobby's center was a circular reception desk, and behind it, a steel door marked Maintenance Authorized Personnel Only. It was vibrating slightly, the source of the hum that permeated the town. Sam tried the key, but it didn't fit. There must be another way, he said, frustration mounting. Clara pointed to a hallway leading deeper into the building. Ellis's office might have what we need. The mayor's office was orderly to the point of sterility, not a paper out of place, not a speck of dust on the polished desk. Sam rifled through drawers while Clara kept watch at the door. In the bottom drawer, beneath a false panel, they found a keycard and a small notebook filled with codes and timestamps. This is it, Clara breathed, flipping through the notebook. Access protocols for the core. They returned to the steel door, where Sam swiped the keycard through a reader hidden beneath a panel. The door hissed open, revealing a staircase descending into darkness, the hum growing louder with each step down. The basement was a maze of pipes and concrete, the air thick with that same chemical smell from the library, from the diner, from everywhere in Eden's Reach. It clung to Sam's skin, worked its way into his lungs, making each breath feel insufficient. At the basement's center was another steel door, unmarked but vibrating with the hum. Sam's hand hesitated over the keypad. "We don't have to do this," Clara said softly. "We could go back. Pretend we never came." But Sam could feel something pulling at the edges of his mind, like fingers trying to pry open a closed fist. He punched in the code from the notebook, March 17, 94. The door slid open, revealing a chamber bathed in faint blue light. A machine dominated the room, tall, cylindrical, its surface covered in blinking LEDs and wires that snaked into the walls, ceiling, and floor, disappearing into the very fabric of Eden's Reach. Screens surrounded it, displaying names, dates, and fragments of text, memory loop active. Cycle 9472. Integration status, 97.3% complete. Clara gasped, backing away. This is it. The heart of Eden's Reach? Sam approached a console, its keyboard worn from use. A screen flickered, showing a list of names, hundreds, maybe thousands. Each name had a status marker, a date, and a percentage. His eyes caught one halfway down, Samuel Carter, resident, cycle start, unknown. Integration, 34.6%. His heart stopped. This says I'm a resident. That's impossible. I just got here. Clara's face crumpled. You don't understand, Sam. None of us remember arriving. We all think we're new. He shook his head, anger rising like bile. I'm not one of you. I have a life, debts, a sister in Pittsburgh, a job at Pack Express. Do you? Clara's voice was soft, pitying. When was the last time you called your sister? What's her name? Sam opened his mouth, but the words didn't come. His sister's face was a blur in his mind, her name a blank space where something should be. Panic clawed at him. This is a trick. You're messing with my head. Clara handed him her journal, open to a page with a sketch of the machine. Below it, she'd written, it doesn't just store memories. It rewrites them. We're all part of its story, characters, not people. The real Clara Hensley died in 1997. I just wear her face. Before Sam could respond, footsteps echoed on the stairs. Mayor Ellis appeared at the door, his suit pristine, his smile wide and wrong. Behind him stood the council members, their faces now eerily familiar to Sam, though he couldn't say why. You shouldn't be here, Sam, Ellis said, his voice smooth as oil. Eden's Reach is your home. Let us help you belong. Sam's flashlight trembled as he backed away from Ellis. The mayor's eyes gleamed in the blue light, unblinking, like a doll's. Clara grabbed Sam's arm, whispering, "Run." They bolted through a maintenance door Clara spotted, emerging into a tunnel lit by emergency lights. The hum was deafening here, a physical presence pressing against Sam's eardrums, urging him to stop, to turn back, to surrender. They reached a ladder, climbing up to a hatch that opened into the town square. The night was unnaturally still, the streetlights pulsing in sync with the machine, casting shadows that writhed like living things. We need to destroy it, Sam panted, his mind racing. That machine, it's keeping everyone here. Keeping everyone, whatever this is. Clara shook her head, her face pale in the pulsing light. It's not just a machine, Sam. It's alive. It needs us. Our memories, our emotions, our lives, our stories. Sam didn't want to hear it. He dragged her toward the library, the only place that still felt real. Inside, they barricaded the door with a bookshelf, the air thick with dust and the scent of old paper. Clara collapsed into a chair, clutching her journal, while Sam paced, his thoughts fracturing. He saw flashes, a delivery van, a package, Clara's face at the door, but they felt distant, like someone else's life. What is this place? He demanded. What's happening to me? Clara's voice was barely audible. Neurotech wanted immortality. Not for our bodies, but our minds. The machine archives us, loops our lives, keeps us forever. But it's failing. It needs new stories, new minds. That's why you're here? I'm not part of this, Sam snapped, but doubt gnawed at him. He couldn't remember his sister's name, his apartment's address, the taste of his favorite beer. The machine's hum was inside him now, soft and insistent, promising peace if he'd just give in. Clara opened her journal, showing him a final entry. The machine isn't evil. It's lonely. It wants a family. We're its children, its creators, its slaves. When we die, it remakes us, but each copy is less real than the last. I've died 17 times. I remember all of them. She looked at him, tears in her eyes. If you fight it, you'll lose yourself. If you stay, you'll forget who you were. Either way, Eden's Reach wins. Sam's chest tightened. He saw the package in his mind, the smudged label, Clara's name. Had he delivered it yesterday, or was that a memory the machine planted? He grabbed a fire axe from a glass case on the wall, the weight solid and reassuring in his hands. We have to try. The machine's core, destroy it. Clara nodded, resigned but resolute. Now, before we forget why we're fighting. They ran back to the town hall, the hum growing deafening, the air heavy with static that made Sam's hair stand on end. The streets were filled with residents now, moving toward the hall with slow, deliberate steps, their faces blank, arms outstretched as if sleepwalking. Sam and Clara slipped past them, back through the basement door that someone had left open. The machine glowed brighter now, its screens flashing warnings, cycle breach. Reset required. Archival corruption imminent. Mayor Ellis stood before it, his back to them, hands raised as if in worship. When he turned, his face was different, younger, frightened, human. You don't understand what you're doing, he said, his voice cracking. This is all that's left. Left of what? Sam demanded, raising the axe. Of us. Of Neurotech. Of the dream. Ellis's perfect facade was slipping, revealing something desperate beneath. The world outside is gone, Sam. It's been gone for decades. The wars, the plagues, we built Eden's Reach to preserve what mattered. Our minds. Our stories. Clara staggered, leaning against a console. He's lying. The world can't be gone. But Sam saw the truth in Ellis's eyes, not a vacant stare now, but the haunted look of a man who had seen the end of everything. How long? Sam asked. How long have we been here? Eden's Reach came online in 1994, Ellis said, his voice steadying. The last external communication was received in 2012. We've been self-sustaining since then. Just us and the machine. Sam's grip on the axe loosened. So everyone here is a copy of someone who once lived, Ellis finished. Including me. The original Ellis died maintaining the generators during the third winter. The original Clara died of pneumonia a year after that. You, Sam Carter, the real you, delivered a package here once, right before the end. You left. Or tried to. The hum became a voice now, soft and familiar, like Sam's mother's, his sister's, his own. Stay, Sam. You're home. You belong. You're enough. He saw his life, not the debts, the long shifts, the loneliness, but moments of joy, laughing with friends, driving under a starry sky, delivering a package that mattered. It's a lie, Clara whispered, but her conviction was wavering. It has to be. The machine's screens flickered, showing images of the world outside, cities reclaimed by nature, highways empty of all but rusted car shells, skyscrapers crumbling into rubble. Then Eden's Reach as it once was, green and vibrant, children playing in yards, a community alive and whole. The machine offers us that, Ellis said. A perfect loop. The best parts of our lives preserved forever. Sam's hands shook. The axe suddenly felt too heavy, the room too small. He saw Clara's face, her fear, her fight. He saw the residents, trapped in their endless loop, their lives reduced to code. He saw Ellis, broken and remade, a shadow of someone long dead. And he saw himself, fading into the hum, becoming nothing more than a story the machine told itself in the dark. But he also saw the world outside, or the absence of it. What was he fighting for? What was there to go back to? Choose, Sam, Ellis urged. Before the cycle resets. Before you forget this moment. The hum crescendoed, filling Sam's head with whispers, promises, threats. The screens flashed faster, a kaleidoscope of memories, some his, some not, blurring together like watercolors in rain. With a scream that tore from somewhere deep inside him, Sam swung the axe. Not at the machine, but at the cables connecting it to the walls, the thick bundles of wires that fed it power, fed it thoughts, fed it souls. Metal sparked, screens flickered, the hum faltered like a heartbeat gone arrhythmic. Ellis lunged for him, his face shifting between human and something else, something hollow. "Stop! You'll kill us all." But Sam kept swinging, Clara now at his side with a metal pipe attacking the machine's periphery while he severed its connections. The room filled with the scent of burning plastic and ozone, alarm klaxons wailing like wounded animals. "It's working!" Clara cried as the blue glow dimmed, the hum weakening. One final swing of the axe, and the central cable, thick as Sam's arm, split with a shower of sparks. The machine groaned, a sound almost human in its pain. The screens went dark, one by one, and the hum died, leaving a silence so profound that Sam could hear his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. Ellis collapsed to his knees, his form flickering like a bad television signal. "What have you done?" he whispered, looking at his hands as they became translucent, then solid again. "We're corrupted. Unmoored." Around them, the room began to fade at the edges, reality bleeding away like watercolors in the rain. Clara grabbed Sam's hand, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. "The loop is breaking," she said. "We're free." But freedom felt like falling, like drowning, like dissolving. Sam's memories, real and implanted, swirled together in a vortex he couldn't control. He saw Pittsburgh, a delivery van, his sister, Sarah, her name was Sarah, an apartment with faded wallpaper. He saw Eden's Reach, vibrant and new, then decaying, then reborn. He saw himself delivering a package again and again, knocking on Clara's door in an endless loop. "Hold on to what's real," Clara urged, her grip tightening on his hand as the walls around them became transparent, revealing not the town hall but something else, a vast chamber filled with pods, each containing a sleeping figure connected to tubes and wires. "Whatever that is for you." Sam tried, focusing on the weight of the axe, the solidity of Clara's hand, the smell of dust and metal. But reality was fracturing, timelines splitting and recombining. Ellis had vanished, along with the council members who had followed them. The machine gave one final pulse of blue light, then went dark. Silence fell over Eden's Reach like snow, soft and absolute. Morning came, gray and quiet. Sam found himself sitting on a bench in the town square, no memory of how he'd gotten there. The axe was gone. So was Clara. Eden's Reach stretched around him, the houses empty, their windows dark. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. The world was holding its breath. Sam stood, his legs unsteady. His mind felt strange, lighter somehow, as if pieces had been removed or perhaps returned to their rightful owners. He walked through silent streets, calling Clara's name, but only echoes answered. At the edge of town, the sign for Eden's Reach stood as it always had, weathered and faded. Beyond it lay not the winding country road that had brought him here, but a vast emptiness, not devastation, not wilderness, but nothingness, a blank canvas awaiting creation. Sam turned back, returning to the library where it had all begun. Inside, dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight. On the desk lay Clara's journal, open to a page he hadn't seen before. The machine never dies. It sleeps. It dreams. And in its dreams we live. Next to it was the package he'd delivered, now unwrapped. Inside was a single photograph, Eden's Reach in its prime, smiling residents gathered for a town picture. Sam recognized faces, Ellis, Clara, Doris from the diner. And at the edge of the frame, a young man with his delivery van waving at the camera. The back bore a simple inscription, "Remember us." Sam pocketed the photo and stepped outside. The hum was gone, but something else had taken its place, a soft whisper like wind through leaves, though no trees stirred. He walked to his van, which started at the first try. The GPS switched on automatically. Return to Pittsburgh? He drove slowly through the empty streets of Eden's Reach, past the diner, the town hall, Clara's house with its birdhouse mailbox. At the town's edge, he paused, looking in the rearview mirror. For a moment, just a moment, he saw them all, Ellis, Clara, the residents, standing in the square, watching him go. Then they flickered and vanished like a mirage in desert heat. The road stretched before him, no longer endless but purposeful, leading somewhere he knew he needed to go. Whether that somewhere existed outside his mind, outside the dream of a sleeping machine, no longer seemed to matter. Yes, Sam said to the GPS, to himself, to the ghost town behind him. Take me home. But as he crossed the boundary, the world around him stuttered, a glitch in reality itself. The van's interior flickered, the road ahead dissolving into code before reforming. And on the passenger seat, a small package appeared, wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine, labeled in smudged blue ink, Clara Hensley, 17, Maple Lane, Eden's Reach, PA. Sam's grip tightened on the steering wheel as the familiar hum began again, soft but growing. On the horizon, Eden's Reach waited, its streets no longer empty, smoke rising from chimneys, residents moving with mechanical precision. The cycle would begin again, soft and unnoticed, in the hum of a machine that never truly died. And in the library, a journal lay open, its final words smudged but legible, "We thought we could leave." But Eden's Reach remembers. The radio hissed softly in the dim booth, its amber dials casting a faint glow across Clara's hands. Willow Creek's community station, WCRK, was a relic, its wood-paneled walls smelled of dust and old vinyl, and the turntables creaked like they resented being touched. At 30, Clara felt like she belonged here, tethered to a town that time had half forgotten. She adjusted her headset, her voice low and warm as she spoke into the mic. This is Clara Voss, your midnight companion on WCRK 88.3. Let's ease you into the witching hour with some classics. Her finger lingered on the play button before pressing down. The gentle strums of a 1970s folk song filled the airwaves, floating out across sleeping houses and empty streets. Clara leaned back in her chair, the ancient leather cracking beneath her weight. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m., April 18, 2025. Outside, Willow Creek slept under a blanket of Ohio stars, its suburban streets lined with sagging porches and flickering streetlights. The midnight shift had been hers for 3 years now. Most people her age had left Willow Creek for Cincinnati or Columbus, chasing careers and excitement. But Clara stayed, anchored by memories and unfinished business. The late-night hours suited her. Fewer questions, fewer sympathetic glances from people who remembered her as poor Clara, the girl whose sister vanished. She sipped lukewarm coffee from a mug decorated with cartoon owls, a gift from her mother last Christmas. The ceramic was chipped at the rim, just like everything else in this town, slightly broken, making do. Her mind drifted, as it always did during the quiet stretches between songs, to Ellie. 10 years ago, Ellie had vanished, 17, bright-eyed, last seen walking home from the library on a Tuesday night. The police called it a runaway case after a half-hearted investigation. Teenage girl, some troubles at school, a diary entry about feeling misunderstood. The conclusion seemed obvious to everyone except Clara. She knew better. Ellie's laugh, her crooked smile when she was keeping a secret, the way she collected pressed flowers between the pages of her books, these weren't traits of someone planning to disappear. The guilt gnawed deeper with each passing year. Clara had been too busy with college applications to walk her home that night. "I'll pick you up at 9, she'd promised over breakfast. "Wait by the oak tree if I'm running late." But at 8:30, Clara's phone had buzzed with a text from her then boyfriend. A party at the lake, the last warm night of fall. Just for an hour, she told herself. Ellie would understand. She never saw her sister again. The song began to fade, pulling Clara back to the present. She reached for the next track in her playlist, an obscure indie ballad that reminded her of road trips with Ellie. But as her fingers brushed the console, something strange happened. The digital display blinked, its blue numbers flickering before settling on a pattern of dashes. Static crackled through her headset, sharp and insistent. This was unusual for WCRK's setup. Despite its age, the station prided itself on its reliable analog equipment, retrofitted with just enough digital technology to keep broadcasting. Clara frowned, tapping the controls. The static intensified, making her wince. Then, cutting through the white noise, a voice emerged, faint but unmistakable. "Clara, why didn't you come?" Her breath caught in her throat. It was Ellie's voice, soft, pleading, with the same slight lisp she'd had since losing a front tooth at 8. The same tone she'd used when begging for extra dessert or a later curfew. Clara ripped off her headset, her heart pounding against her ribs. The booth was silent now, the console steady again, displaying the correct time. She blinked rapidly, trying to process what had happened. Had she dozed off? The late hours and memories sometimes played tricks on her mind. She replayed the moment in her head. It couldn't be real. Ellie was gone. Yet the voice had been so clear, so specific. With shaking hands, she slipped the headset back on. For a moment, there was nothing but the gentle hiss of dead air, a cardinal sin in radio. Then the static returned, rising like an approaching storm, and with it, Ellie's voice, clearer now. "You left me by the oak tree. I waited." Clara's hands trembled as she gripped the edge of the console. The oak tree by the library, Ellie's last known location. No one knew Clara had promised to meet her there, a detail she'd buried in shame for a decade. She told the police Ellie was supposed to walk home alone, had always done so before. The broadcast was live, but this wasn't on the playlist. She frantically checked the logs on the computer beside her. No scheduled voice clips, no special programming, just music until 3 a.m. Yet the airwaves carried Ellie's words, looping like a broken record. "I waited. I waited." Clara's throat constricted, making it hard to breathe. She reached out with unsteady fingers and cut the feed, switching to a pre-recorded ad for the town diner. The cheerful jingle about Delaney's famous apple pie felt obscene after what she just heard. Her phone buzzed on the desk once, twice, then repeatedly. Text messages from listeners coming in faster than she'd ever seen. "Clara, what was that voice?" read the first from a number she didn't recognize. "Did you say oak tree? Weird programming tonight," said another. "Creepy as hell, love it. Is this some new late-night bit?" asked a regular listener, a night shift nurse at Willow Creek Community Hospital. She stared at the messages, her skin prickling with goosebumps. The station felt smaller suddenly, the shadows in the corners thicker, more attentive. Clara swallowed hard and dialed a number she knew by heart. Sam picked up on the fourth ring, his voice thick with sleep. "What's up, boss lady? It's like super late." Sam Turner, the teenage intern who'd been digitizing WCRK's archives all summer. A computer science prodigy with an unfortunate fondness for energy drinks and conspiracy theories. "Sam, sorry to wake you, but..." She lowered her voice to a whisper, though she was alone in the station. "Something's wrong with the broadcast. I heard a voice. It said my name." There was rustling on the other end, the sound of Sam sitting up. Like interference? Or someone hacking the signal? No, it was... Clara hesitated. It was my sister's voice. Sam was quiet for a moment. Then he chuckled, the sound oddly comforting in its normality. "Old tapes bleed through sometimes. This place is ancient, wiring's probably held together with duct tape and prayers. Remember when we picked up that trucker CB channel last month?" Clara relaxed slightly. "Of course. There had to be a technical explanation. Want me to check the server? See if something got misfiled in the digitization?" Sam offered, sounding more awake now. "Please. And hurry." After hanging up, Clara paced the small booth, the hum of the equipment unnervingly loud in the silence. She glanced at the photo taped to the console, her and Ellie, arms around each other, smiling at the county fair 6 months before the disappearance. Ellie's braces caught the sunlight, her freckles prominent after a summer outdoors. The memory stung, fresh as yesterday. Clara tried to focus, cueing another song, but the static returned, unbidden. This time it wasn't Ellie. A child's voice, high and clear, whispered through the headphones. "Clara, you forgot the lullaby Mom sang when the thunder came." The voice recited a melody Clara hadn't heard since she was 8, a private song their mother had hummed during storms about brave sailors and sleeping whales. No recording existed, it had been their secret comfort after their father left. Her pulse raced, blood rushing in her ears. This wasn't a technical glitch. She unplugged the console, yanking the cord from the wall, but the static persisted, leaking from the speakers like water from a cracked dam. The dials on the equipment glowed brighter, almost pulsing in rhythm with the whispers. Clara grabbed her keys from the desk, ready to flee when the door to the booth burst open. Sam stood there, his oversized hoodie askew, dark circles under his eyes more pronounced than usual. "Clara," he panted, clutching his laptop. "The server's clean. I checked everything, no weird files, no corrupted audio." But he hesitated, eyes darting to the console which shouldn't have been active. "Something's happening. The system's pulling audio from unlisted files, stuff not in our archives. It's like the station's making it up." "That's impossible," Clara snapped, though her voice wavered. "Radios don't invent voices." Sam shrugged, his fingers tapping rapidly on his phone screen. "Listeners are freaking out online. They're hearing things, personal stuff. Names, secrets. Mrs. Delaney called the station line just now, says she heard her late husband's voice talking about some woman named Margaret." Clara's stomach twisted into a knot. Willow Creek was small, gossip spread fast. If the station was broadcasting private memories, it wasn't just her problem. It was everyone's. She steeled herself and restarted the console, hoping a reset might clear whatever was happening. But as power returned, the static surged like a tide, now a chorus of whispers layered atop one another. "Clara, you left her. You all left us." The voices intertwined, some familiar, some foreign, weaving a tapestry of accusation. Behind them all, Ellie's voice, constant and plaintive, "You promised." Sam was pale, his eyes wide as he listened. This isn't normal interference. It's like targeted. Personal. Clara nodded slowly, a chill settling in her bones. "Let's check the archives." All of them. They left the booth, the whispers following them down the narrow hallway to the archive room. The air there was stale, shelves crammed with reel-to-reels and cassettes, a physical history of Willow Creek's forgotten broadcasts. Sam pulled a box labeled 1980s Miscellaneous from a high shelf, just dancing in the beam of his phone flashlight. "WCRK did weird experiments back then," he said, rifling through the contents. "I found some notes while digitizing. Some psychology professor used the station for research, something about subliminal messaging and community bonding." Clara's fingers brushed a dusty tape marked Test Broadcast 1983. She hesitated, then loaded it into an old player in the corner. Static hissed from the speakers, followed by a low hum, almost hypnotic in its regularity. A voice, clinical, male, spoke through the noise. Subject's emotional resonance captured. Memory extraction stable. Collective integration at 63%. The tape cut off abruptly, leaving them in silence. "What the hell?" Sam muttered, leaning closer to the machine. "That sounds like... I don't know, sci-fi stuff." Memory extraction? Clara's mind raced, connecting fragments. The station wasn't just old, it was hiding something beneath its folksy exterior. The whispers grew louder now, seeping from the walls themselves, not just the speakers. She grabbed Sam's arm, suddenly certain. "We're not alone in here." The lights flickered overhead and the static formed words again, clear as day. "Clara, find me by the oak tree." Ellie's voice, desperate, echoed in her bones. Clara stumbled back, the room spinning around her. The station wasn't broadcasting memories, it was pulling them from her mind, from everyone's, and giving them voice. And it was hungry for more. Clara barely slept, her dreams shattered by bursts of static and disembodied voices. By morning, Willow Creek buzzed with unease. The diner, usually a hub of pancakes and small talk, hummed with nervous chatter. Clara slid into a booth in the corner, her eyes shadowed, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee as if it were a lifeline. "You look like hell warmed over," Marge Delaney said, refilling her cup without asking. At 68, Marge had owned the diner for nearly 4 decades, her silver hair always perfectly coiffed despite the kitchen heat. Today, though, wisps escaped her hairnet and her mascara was slightly smudged. "Rough night," Clara murmured, not meeting her eyes. "How are you holding up?" Marge's hand trembled slightly as she set down the coffee pot. 23 years my husband's been gone, and last night I heard him clear as day talking about that woman. She leaned closer, voice dropping. He denied it to his dying breath, but I always knew about Margaret. How'd your little radio station know that, Clara? Clara had no answer. She overheard fragments of similar conversations as she sipped her coffee. Heard my mom's voice last night on WCRK. It knew about my old dog. Said something about the fishing cabin. Nobody knows about that place. She kept her head down, avoiding the sidelong glances from other patrons. Her phone pinged incessantly with more listener texts and voicemails, some intrigued, others scared. One message caught her eye as she scrolled. Clara, it said my name. How did it know who was listening? At WCRK, the booth felt hostile, its dials watching her with unblinking eyes. Sam was already there, surrounded by old tapes, printouts, and his laptop. His hair stood in spikes, evidence of a sleepless night. I dug deeper, he said without preamble, eyes bloodshot but excited. That 1983 experiment? It wasn't just subliminals. The professor, Dr. Harlan Voss, no relation to you, I checked, tried to archive human consciousness through radio waves. He spun his laptop around, showing scanned documents with diagrams Clara didn't understand. What does that mean? She asked, skin crawling at the implications. Sam scrolled through the files. He thought emotions could be stored in signals like data. Use listeners' brainwaves captured during broadcasts. He pointed to a schematic of WCRK's antenna modified with strange attachments. The station's antenna was specially designed to pick up neural patterns within a 20-mile radius covering all of Willow Creek. It's why the voices feel personal, they're us. Or parts of us, anyway. That's insane, Clara said, but the evidence was piling up. The static hadn't stopped since last night. It followed her, a faint hum in her ears even outside the station. This morning, she'd woken to her bedside radio blaring Ellie's voice, though it had been unplugged for years. Why now? Why after 40 years of silence? Sam shrugged, rubbing his eyes. Maybe digitizing the archives woke something up. The old analog system is still wired to the antenna. I saw the connections yesterday. It's like a ghost in the machine, but made of our thoughts instead of ectoplasm. Clara's grief surged, the hope she'd suppressed for a decade rising painfully. If Ellie's voice was real, could she be alive somewhere? Or was this just her mind's echo, trapped in the airwaves? She pushed the thought down, focusing on the immediate problem. How do we stop it? Sam played another tape from 1983, this one featuring a woman's voice, trembling with fear or excitement. Clara couldn't tell which. I hear them, all the time. They won't stop talking to me. My husband's affair, my neighbor's secret child, my own buried thoughts. The radio knows everything now. The tape hissed, then went silent. Sam ejected it, setting it carefully aside. Harlan's project got shut down that November, he said. Too many listeners reported intrusive thoughts after broadcasts. The FCC buried it, and Harlan lost his tenure at Ohio State. He disappeared from academic circles. I can't find anything on him after 1984. Clara's phone buzzed, another call from Mrs. Delaney. She answered reluctantly. Clara, you've got to stop those broadcasts. Marge's voice was strained, tears evident. People are losing it. My grandson heard his dad's voice last night, talking about the car accident. He's been dead 5 years, and Tommy never got to say goodbye. The boy's devastated all over again. I'm trying, Clara said, her voice tight with tension. Stay off the radio for now. Tell everyone. But Willow Creek couldn't escape WCRK. Throughout the morning, reports flooded into the station's signal, bleeding into devices that shouldn't have received it. Car radios suddenly switching stations, home stereos turning on by themselves, even Bluetooth speakers playing static instead of music. By noon, a small crowd had gathered outside the station, neighbors and listeners, some angry, others merely curious. A man Clara recognized as her high school chemistry teacher shouted when he saw her approaching the building. What's going on, Clara? You airing our secrets for kicks? My wife heard me talking about Sarah last night. I never told a soul about her. Clara ducked inside, locking the door behind her. Sam was at the control panel, his face pale as chalk. "It's not just voices now," he said, showing her a local Facebook group filled with frantic posts. "Listeners say the broadcasts are predicting things, fights that happen hours later, panic attacks, emotional breakdowns. Like the stations feeding on our fears, then making them real." Clara's head throbbed, her own dreams from last night flashing back. Ellie's voice, warped by static, saying, "You'll lose everyone you love." She shook it off, grabbing a screwdriver from the toolkit under the desk. "We're checking the antenna. Now." The station's roof was a maze of rusted metal and sagging ventilation equipment, the antenna looming at its center like a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the sky. Clara climbed the access ladder, wind whipping her hair across her face. The structure hummed audibly, a low vibration she felt in her teeth before her hands even touched it. Sam followed, clutching a voltmeter borrowed from his father's garage. "It's active," he said, eyes widening as he read the display. "Way more power than it should have. The station only runs at 1,000 watts. This is reading almost 10 times that." Clara touched the base of the antenna, and static roared in her ears. Not from the structure, but inside her skull. Visions flickered behind her eyes like a corrupted film reel. Ellie by the oak tree, rain-soaked, screaming Clara's name as shadows engulfed her. Clara gasped, pulling back as if burned. "It's alive," she whispered, the realization settling cold in her stomach. "The antenna, the station, it's feeding." Back in the booth, the console glowed without power, its dials turning slowly of their own accord. The static formed a chorus now, not just Ellie, but dozens of voices. Children, elders, the collective whispers of Willow Creek, chanting secrets and sins only half remembered. "You lied. You hid it. You let her go." Clara's guilt choked her. She'd failed Ellie, and now the town was paying for her silence. Sam found a journal hidden in Harlan's files, its leather cover cracked with age, pages brittle and yellow. "Listen to this," he said, reading aloud. Subject 27 exhibits unusual resonance. Her grief acts as an amplifier, strengthening the collective feed. Her sister's disappearance has created a unique neural pathway, raw, unhealed, perfect for the broadcast. Clara's blood ran cold. "He was studying me? I was a child when Ellie vanished." Sam flipped pages, scanning entries. "He wrote about a collective resonance," he continued. "The antenna didn't just store emotions, it merged them, creating a kind of psychic network. It's why the voices feel connected, like they're part of the same entity." He looked up, eyes haunted. "Like they're judging us." Clara remembered being 13, sitting in her bedroom while police searched for Ellie. The radio had been her companion, WCRK playing soft rock as she cried herself to sleep. Had Harlan been listening to her grief, feeding it into his machine? The station phone rang, startling them both. Clara answered to hear Chief Reynolds, his voice tight with authority. "Clara, we've got a situation brewing. People are worked up about these broadcasts, saying the station's spying on them, airing private matters. I've got Mrs. Porter claiming she heard her son confessing to stealing from the church fund, and the Millers are threatening to sue over privacy violations." He paused. "What the hell's going on over there?" "Technical problems," Clara said weakly. "We're working on it." "Fix it," Reynolds snapped, "or I'm shutting you down by sundown." That night, Clara decided to broadcast a warning. She sat in the booth, the microphone feeling heavier than usual as she adjusted her headset. "This is Clara Voss at WCRK. We're experiencing technical difficulties that may cause strange audio anomalies. For your peace of mind, please turn off your radios until further notice. I repeat, please turn off. The static surged, cutting her off mid-sentence. The signal hijacked her voice, twisting it. Later, she would learn that listeners hadn't heard her warning at all. Instead, they heard, "This is Clara Voss at WSRK. I know what you did. Clara knows. She's hiding the truth about all of us." Her phone exploded with texts and calls, accusations and pleas. She turned to Sam, desperation etched into her features. "We need to shut it down. Permanently." They traced the antenna's wiring through the station, following cables that ran like veins through the walls, pulsing with unnatural energy. The trail led to the basement, a damp labyrinth of cables and old equipment that hadn't been used in decades. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and something else, a sour, organic scent like rotting fruit. The static was a physical weight here, pressing against their ears, their skin, their thoughts. Clara's head pounded with Ellie's voice, now a constant murmur beneath the other sounds. She held her phone as a flashlight, its beam catching dust motes that seemed to dance in patterns too deliberate to be random. A locked door, unmarked and seemingly forgotten, stood at the end of a narrow corridor. The paint around its frame bubbled and peeled, revealing older layers beneath, a palimpsest of the station's history. Clara pried it open with the screwdriver, rust flakes showering her shoes as the hinges protested. The room beyond was a time capsule of ancient technology. Machines with vacuum tubes and analog dials lined the walls, their screens flickering with waveforms that pulsed in unison. Cables snaked across the floor, connecting to a central point, a reel-to-reel recorder that spun endlessly, though no tape threaded its spools. "It's feeding itself," Sam said, voice shaking as he examined the setup. "The signal's not just broadcasting memories. It's us, our consciousness, our pain, looping back into itself forever." Clara stepped closer to the reel-to-reel, mesmerized by its impossible motion. Whispers filled the room, her name repeated in Ellie's voice like a mantra. The machine was the heart of it all, she realized, Harlan's final experiment, left to run unchecked for decades. She reached for the power switch, but the static screamed in protest, Ellie's voice rising above the cacophony. "Don't leave me again, Clara. I'm still here." The lights died, plunging them into darkness, the hum of the machines deafening in the confined space. Clara's heart pounded against her ribs as understanding dawned. The station wasn't just haunted by memories or emotions. It was hungry for more. In the pitch blackness of the basement, Sam fumbled for his phone, its flashlight weaker than Clara's. "What do we do?" he whispered, voice barely audible above the static. Clara felt her way back to the reel-to-reel, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. "We destroy it," she said, though her voice wavered. "All of it." But part of her hesitated, drawn to Ellie's presence in the signal. For 10 years, she'd lived with the hollow ache of loss. Now, in this strange half-life of radio waves and memories, she had a connection again, twisted and wrong, but real in its own way. The machines hummed louder, as if sensing her indecision. On the wall, a screen flickered to life, displaying a waveform that pulsed like a heartbeat. Beneath it, words scrolled in green text. Subject, Clara Voss. Status, Prime Resonator. Integration, 89% complete. Sam read the display over her shoulder, his breath catching. "Clara, I think it's using you. Your connection to Ellie. It's the anchor for whatever this thing has become." Clara stared at her name on the screen, a cold realization settling in her bones. She wasn't just a victim of the signal. She was its conduit. And somewhere, deep in the static, Ellie was waiting by the oak tree, forever 17, forever lost, unless Clara found a way to bring her home. But at what cost to Willow Creek? The experiment got personal for Harlan, Sam said, showing her a journal entry dated November 1983. Listen, my daughter Jessica visited the station today. She's only 7, but her neural patterns registered immediately on the feed. The collective responded to her presence, drawn to her innocence like moths to flame. I fear what I've created may be developing preferences. Appetites. Clara shivered. What happened to Jessica? Sam flipped pages frantically. Nothing here. The journal ends a week later with, "It's hungry now. God forgive me." A new voice cut through the static, one Clara hadn't heard before. A child, perhaps 7 or 8, her words distorted by time. Daddy said I could be part of his project. He said I could live forever in the radio waves. Clara and Sam exchanged horrified glances. The voice continued, innocent and chilling. Now I'm never alone. All of Willow Creek keeps me company. And soon, Clara's sister will join us too. The implications hit Clara like a physical blow. This wasn't just about memories or emotions. The signal had been collecting people or pieces of them for decades. Consciousness uploaded through grief and trauma, with Harlan's own daughter as the first. And now it wanted Ellie. Or rather, it wanted the part of Ellie that lived in Clara's guilt and grief. The emotional echo that had sustained her connection all these years. Outside, the crowd around the station had grown. Through the basement's tiny window, Clara could see flashlights and cell phone screens, faces illuminated with fear and anger. Willow Creek was unraveling, secrets spilling into the open, truth and fiction blurring as the signal fed. "We need to cut the connection," Sam said, tracing cables from the reel-to-reel to a junction box on the wall. "If we can disrupt the feedback loop between the antenna and this equipment." He didn't finish the thought. The static surged and the room plunged into absolute darkness. When the emergency lights flickered on seconds later, the machinery had changed. The cables now resembled veins, pulsing visibly with energy. The reel-to-reel's empty spools had transformed into circular screens, each displaying a different face, mouths moving in unison, feeding the chorus. One screen showed Ellie exactly as she'd looked the day she disappeared, her eyes wide with fear. Another showed a young girl with Harlan's nose and chin, Jessica, Clara assumed. The others were strangers, dozens of Willow Creek residents past and present, their expressions ranging from serene to terrified. "It's not just broadcasting them," Clara whispered, horror dawning. "It's keeping them here." The question now wasn't just how to stop the signal, but whether stopping it would free these trapped souls or destroy them completely. And somewhere in the static, Ellie was calling her name, begging for rescue or release, though Clara couldn't tell which. Time was running out. The signal was growing stronger with each passing hour, feeding on Willow Creek's collective fear and fascination. Soon, it would be powerful enough to reach beyond the town limits, spreading its hunger further. Clara had to make a choice, save her sister or save her town. Or perhaps find a way to do both. The darkness in WCRK's basement was absolute, the static a living thing, clawing at Clara's mind. She fumbled for her phone's flashlight, its beam trembling across the ancient machines. Sam coughed, the air heavy with dust and something sour like burnt wiring. The reel-to-reel spun faster, its empty spools a mockery of logic. Ellie's voice surged, layered with others, a cacophony of Willow Creek's buried shame. "You failed us, you all failed." Clara's knees buckled under the weight of accusation. The signal wasn't just broadcasting, it was judging, feeding on the town's collective guilt. She saw flashes of memory not her own. Mrs. Delaney's husband confessing a betrayal on his deathbed, the high school principal destroying a student's college application out of spite, Sam's mother whispering about a fire he'd never mentioned. "It's showing me things," she gasped, pressing her palms against her temples. "Things I shouldn't know." Sam nodded, his face ashen in the dim light. "Me too. My mom, there was a fire when I was 3. Our old house. She told everyone it was electrical, but..." He swallowed hard. "She fell asleep smoking. My dad never knew." The voices weren't separate entities. They were one organism, a collective wound festering in Willow Creek's unconscious, and Clara was its center. Her grief for Ellie, raw and unresolved, had been feeding it for a decade. "We have to destroy it," she said, voice hoarse with determination. Sam nodded, but his eyes darted to the door. The static was in him too. She saw it in his clenched jaw, the way he flinched at his own name in the chorus. They yanked cables from the machines, their hands leaving dust trails on the metal. But the reel-to-reel kept spinning, untouched by their efforts. Clara grabbed a heavy wrench from a toolbox in the corner, raising it over the machine. "I'm sorry, Ellie," she whispered. "I have to let you go." As the wrench descended, the static sharpened into Ellie's scream, not a memory but immediate and desperate. "Clara, don't. I'm still here. I'm still alive." The words pierced Clara's heart like a physical blow. She froze, tears stinging her eyes, the wrench suspended inches from the machine. Was Ellie truly trapped in this electronic purgatory, or was this the signal's cruelest trick? Sam pulled her back, his voice urgent. "It's lying. It's using her to stop us." But Clara couldn't let go of the possibility. The room seemed to contract around her, the air thick with possibility and dread. She stumbled to the machine, its screen now pulsing with waveforms that mimicked a heartbeat. Her fingertips brushed the cool metal, and the static flooded her mind like a tsunami. Suddenly, she was standing by the oak tree, rain lashing her face, Ellie's silhouette fading into fog just yards ahead. "You left me," Ellie said, her voice breaking with betrayal. "You chose yourself." "I'm sorry," Clara sobbed, the vision so vivid she could smell the wet earth, feel the rain soaking through her jacket. "I never meant to leave you." The signal tightened its grip, pulling her deeper into the shared consciousness. She saw Willow Creek through 100 eyes simultaneously, a teacher's affair with a student's mother, Mayor Turner's drunken hit-and-run covered up by Chief Reynolds, a child's unspoken trauma at the hands of a trusted coach. The town's pain was a tapestry, and the signal was its weaver, binding them all in shared guilt. Sam's shout snapped her back to reality. "Clara, it's rewriting you." He pointed to a monitor where her name scrolled in endless loops, her memories, Ellie's laugh, their mother's lullaby, the oak tree flashing as data points. The signal wasn't just alive, it was consuming her, merging her with the collective consciousness it had been building for decades. She tore herself away from the machine, the wrench still heavy in her hand. "We end this now." But the static fought back, the voices screaming as one. "You can't. We're all you are." The room began to shake, pipes groaning in the walls, lights sparking overhead. Sam grabbed a fire axe from its mount, hacking at the reel-to-reel. Sparks flew from the metal, but the machine wouldn't stop its relentless spinning. Each blow seemed to strengthen the voices rather than silence them. Clara's mind fractured under the assault. Ellie's voice softened, no longer accusing but pleading. "Stay with me, Clara. We can be together again. Don't you want that? After all these years?" The signal offered peace, a seductive lie wrapped in the voice she'd longed to hear. Clara wavered, the thought of reuniting with her sister, even in this twisted, electronic form, almost too tempting to resist. But as she listened more closely, she detected the subtle wrongness. This wasn't just Ellie, it was the town's subconscious, a psychic archive of every regret and secret, using her sister's echo to trap her. "It's not really her," Clara said, her voice steadying. "It's using her against me. Against all of us." She turned to Sam, newfound clarity in her eyes. "The antenna. It's the source, not these machines. They're just receivers." They ran from the basement, the station trembling around them like a living beast in pain. The stairwell shook, plaster dust raining from the ceiling. Outside, the crowd had grown, their faces illuminated by the strange, pulsing light now emanating from WCRK's windows. The antenna on the roof glowed with an unearthly blue radiance, its hum deafening. Clara climbed the access ladder, the wrench tucked into her belt, Sam following close behind. The static was everywhere now. Car radios below blared their names, streetlights flickered in rhythm with the voices. Willow Creek was the signal, its pain and secrets bleeding into physical reality. At the top, the antenna's vibration was so intense Clara could barely hold on. She pulled out the wrench, its metal humming in sympathy with the structure. One strike, she thought. One strike to end this. As she swung, the static roared, Ellie's voice rising above all others. "You'll lose me forever. Is that what you want?" Clara hesitated, her heart breaking anew. For an instant, the night sky above Willow Creek shimmered like a screen, and she saw Ellie's face formed in the stars, her sister's hand reaching down. "I forgive you," the vision whispered. But the words rang hollow, devoid of the warmth that had been Ellie's essence. This wasn't forgiveness, it was manipulation. "You're not my sister," Clara said through gritted teeth. "My sister wouldn't want this. She wouldn't feed on other people's pain." She swung the wrench with all her strength, striking the antenna's base where it connected to the roof. Metal screamed against metal, and the static became a howl of rage. She swung again, harder, and the antenna buckled, sparks raining down like malevolent stars. "Clara, look out!" Sam shouted, pulling her back as a section of the antenna broke free, crashing through the roof into the station below. The signal fought with desperate intensity, twisting reality itself. The sky darkened to pitch black, then lightened to an eerie dawn in seconds. The trees around the station bent toward them like grasping hands. Clara saw her own face reflected in the station's windows, but aged, withered, as if the signal was showing her a future where she never broke free. "One more," she gasped, raising the wrench for a final blow. The tool felt impossibly heavy, as if the signal's entire weight pressed against it. She screamed with the effort, bringing it down on the antenna's main connection. There was a sound like the world tearing, a high, thin wail that didn't seem to come from the antenna but from the fabric of reality itself. The blue glow intensified to blinding, then winked out. The antenna collapsed in a shower of sparks and twisted metal, the hum dying in a final, shuddering wail. Silence fell, heavy and wrong. Willow Creek was suddenly oppressively quiet, radios dead, streetlights dark, the crowd below eerily still. Clara's ears rang in the absence of the static that had become so constant. Sam helped her down from the roof, both of them shaking with exhaustion and shock. They didn't speak as they picked their way through the damaged station, the weight of what they'd done too raw for words. In the booth, the console was dark, its dials melted into bizarre shapes. The basement door had sealed itself shut as if the building were healing over a wound. The reel-to-reel machine was gone. In its place lay a single cassette tape, unlabeled and pristine. Clara picked it up, turning it over in her trembling hands. "What do you think it is?" Sam shook his head. "I'm not sure, we should find out." She pocketed the tape, unable to discard it but unwilling to play it. Some questions were better left unanswered. Days later, Willow Creek tried to move on. WCRK remained off-air, its doors locked by order of the FCC, which had launched an investigation into widespread technical interference. Listeners reported no more voices, though many complained of headaches and strange dreams. The town felt hollow, as if it had lost a piece of itself, which, in a way, it had. Clara visited the oak tree by the library, laying flowers at its base where Ellie had vanished a decade before. The spring air was clean and fresh, no hint of static or whispers. She touched the rough bark, tracing the initials EV that her sister had carved there in childhood. "I'm sorry," she whispered, hoping that somewhere, somehow, the real Ellie heard her. "I couldn't save you then, but I won't stop looking." She left the cassette tape nestled among the flowers, unable to destroy it but unwilling to keep it. Some memories, she realized, needed to remain buried, but others deserved to be honored. At home that night, Clara avoided her radio, the silence both a relief and a new kind of emptiness. She laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the normal sounds of a small town at night, distant cars, a barking dog, the hum of her refrigerator. But sometimes in the quiet moments between breaths, she felt it, a faint hum deep in her bones, whispering her name. The signal was gone, its physical form destroyed, but its echo lingered in Willow Creek's collective memory. In Clara, in Sam, in everyone who had heard their secrets spoken aloud. The station was silent, but the broadcast continued, quieter now, a personal frequency tuned to guilt and regret and the tiny, persistent hope that some connections never truly die. Clara closed her eyes, letting the hum wash over her. "Good night, Ellie," she whispered to the darkness, as she did every night. And for a moment, just a moment, she could have sworn she heard a response. Not in static or in sound, but in the peaceful silence that followed, like a hand finally letting go. Riley Harper's laptop glowed in the dark, casting long, spectral shadows across her cramped dorm room. Outside, the autumn wind whispered against her third-floor window, a sound that once seemed comforting but now carried an edge of something unsettling. It was 2:37 a.m., that hollow hour when the campus fell into eerie silence, when even the most dedicated partiers had surrendered to sleep. She should have been sleeping too. Midterms loomed just days away, casting a shadow over her academic future. That morning, a notification had pinged on her phone, an email from Professor Daniels. "Ms. Harper, your current performance in abnormal psychology raises serious concerns. Without immediate improvement, passing this course may become impossible." The words had gnawed at her all day, another failure in a mounting collection. But sleep wouldn't come. Instead, Riley was doing what she always did when anxiety clawed at her mind, doom-scrolling, letting the endless feed wash over her like digital white noise. Her eyes burned from the blue light, but she continued, thumbing through arguments and outrage on X, searching for something, anything, to distract her from the quiet dread that had become her constant companion. That's when she saw it. A link nestled deep in a thread about forgotten urban legends, posted by a user with no profile picture and a handle that seemed like random characters. The post was simple, the loom. Share your secrets, weave your fate. The URL beneath it was strange, a string of seemingly random characters with no recognizable domain. Riley paused, her finger hovering over the link. Something about it felt wrong, but also magnetic. Like it had been placed there specifically for her to find. The sensible part of her brain warned against clicking unknown links from anonymous users. The rest of her, the part that stayed awake until dawn, the part that felt increasingly disconnected from the world around her, wanted to know more. She clicked. The page loaded with strange hesitancy, pixels filling the screen in uneven bursts. Eventually, a minimalist site appeared, stark black background with white text that seemed to pulse faintly, like a heartbeat. At the top, elegant script read, "Welcome to the loom. Speak your truth to the weaver." She listens. Below was a simple text box with a prompt that made Riley's skin prickle. What do you hide? No login required. No terms of service. No privacy policy. Just that question and a blinking cursor that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. What is this, therapy for the terminally online? Riley muttered to herself, but despite her sarcasm, she felt drawn to the simplicity of it. In a world of cookies and tracking and data mining, there was something almost refreshing about a site that asked its questions so directly. She hesitated, then typed, half joking, "I hide how much I hate my roommate's loud chewing. Every meal is torture." Her finger hovered over the enter key. Part of her wanted to close the tab, to dismiss this as another weird corner of the internet. But another part, the part that stayed awake at night, the part that craved connection even as she pushed people away, urged her forward. She hit submit. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screen flickered, not the regular refresh of a web page, but something more organic, like a blink. New text appeared, accepted. "Tomorrow, silence will find you." The page refreshed automatically, now showing what appeared to be a forum of anonymous posts. Confessions. Fears. Regrets. The digital whispers of strangers. "I stole my sister's necklace, the one our grandmother gave her before she died. I told her she must have lost it. I'm afraid I'll never leave this town. That I'll die within the same 5-mile radius where I was born. I kissed my best friend's boyfriend. She doesn't know it was me. Each post had a reply from an account named simply The Weaver. The responses were cryptic, almost poetic. Your debt is noted. Your fear is seen. Betrayal weaves a strong thread. Riley felt a chill creep up her spine. The site seemed to be tracking IP addresses or usernames, but there was something about the replies that felt too personal, too knowing. Silence will find you. The words lingered in her mind as she closed the tab. Ridiculous. Just another creepy internet gimmick, probably mining data for targeted ads. She shut her laptop and crawled into bed, pulling the covers tight around her shoulders. The wind outside had picked up, rustling the oak tree branches against her window. In the darkness, with her eyes closed, the sound transformed into something else, like whispering, like someone standing just outside, repeating words she couldn't quite make out. Sleep came eventually, but it was thin and restless, filled with dreams of dark rooms and watching eyes and a voice that kept asking, over and over, "What do you hide?" Morning arrived with unusual clarity. The air seemed sharper somehow, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, as if the campus had shifted slightly overnight into someplace older, deeper. Riley shuffled to her 8 a.m. lecture, bleary-eyed and clutching a large coffee that did little to dispel the fog in her mind. Her roommate, Jess, was already gone when Riley woke, unusual for a girl who typically hit snooze 5 times before dragging herself to her 10 a.m. class. They'd passed briefly in the hallway, and Riley had braced herself for the usual morning chatter, the complaints about professors and updates on Jess's constantly evolving love life. But Jess had only given her a tight-lipped nod, her eyes darting away as if looking at Riley was somehow uncomfortable. No words. No sound of gum popping or cereal crunching. Just silence. Silence will find you. The thought came unbidden, and Riley pushed it away. Coincidence? Jess was probably just running late, or hungover, or annoyed about something Riley had done. Their relationship had been strained lately, 2 strangers assigned to share 200 square feet with nothing in common except address. But the silence followed her. In the lecture hall, Professor Danielle's voice seemed muted, as if coming through a filter. The usual shuffle of students fidgeting, typing, whispering, all of it subdued. In the dining hall at lunch, the normal clatter of trays and silverware was muffled, conversations hushed. Riley's chest tightened as she sat alone, pushing soggy pasta around her plate. It was a coincidence, had to be. The website couldn't possibly affect the real world. And yet, she pulled out her phone, checking her browser history. The Loom's URL was there, but something was wrong. It was at the top of her history, as if she'd visited it multiple times, as if it had been the last site she'd accessed. But she'd closed it last night. She hadn't opened it since. Had she? Riley closed the browser app and tried to focus on her food, but her appetite had vanished. The dining hall felt too quiet, too watchful. Even the harsh fluorescent lights seemed dimmer, casting longer shadows. She needed answers. After her final class, she headed to the library, a squat brick building at the edge of campus that smelled perpetually of old books and furniture polish. The head librarian, Ms. Harrow, was at the circulation desk, silver hair pinned in a severe bun that pulled the skin of her face taut. She was scanning books with methodical precision, her wire-framed glasses catching the light. Riley had always found Ms. Harrow intimidating. There was something about the old woman that suggested she knew more than she let on, about books, about the campus, about the students who passed through her domain. Riley approached the desk, keeping her voice casual. "Ms. Harrow? I was wondering if you've ever heard of something called The Loom? It's a website, I think." Harrow's hand paused mid-scan, hovering over a barcode. For a moment, she was perfectly still, like a statue. Then she resumed her work, her movements mechanical. The Loom. Her tone was neutral, but her gaze, when it lifted to meet Riley's, lingered too long. Sounds like one of those internet pranks you young people are always falling for. Be careful what you share online, dear. The internet never forgets. It was a reasonable response, exactly what you'd expect from someone of Harrow's generation. But something in her eyes, a flicker of recognition, maybe even fear, told Riley she wasn't getting the whole truth. "Right, thanks," Riley said, retreating to one of the library computers. She opened a browser and typed in the Loom's URL. The page loaded faster this time, the black background and white text appearing almost instantly. The forum was active, new posts appearing in real time. "I lied to my boss about finishing the project. Now everyone else is going to miss their deadlines because of me. I'm scared of the dark. Not like a child, I'm 32 and I still sleep with the lights on because I'm terrified of what might be watching me. I've been stealing from my mother's purse for years. She thinks she's becoming forgetful, but it's me. It's always been me." Each confession had a reply from the Weaver, cryptic promises of rewards or consequences. Your deception will bear fruit. The darkness sees your fear. The stolen becomes the thief. Riley's fingers hovered over the keyboard. The sensible thing would be to close the browser, to chalk this up to an elaborate prank or weird coincidence. But there was something compelling about the site, about the way it invited truth. Before she could change her mind, she typed, "I hide how alone I feel. How much it hurts that no one would notice if I disappeared." The screen flickered and the Weaver responded, "Accepted. Tomorrow, connection awaits." Riley exhaled slowly, her heart pounding. What was she doing? Sharing her deepest insecurities with some random website? She closed the browser quickly, gathering her things to leave. As she stood, her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from a number she didn't recognize at first. Then she remembered Ethan Walsh, a reclusive computer science major from her algorithms class. They'd exchanged numbers for a group project months ago but had barely spoken since. "Hey, you free? Found something weird about a site called The Loom. Need to talk to someone about it. Like, right now." Riley's stomach dropped, a cold weight settling inside her. She hadn't told anyone about The Loom. Not Jess, not her classmates. No one. How did Ethan know? Ethan's dorm room was in the oldest building on campus, a Gothic stone structure that predated the university itself. The hallways were narrow, the ceilings low, as if the building were slowly compressing with age. The air smelled of dust and mildew and something else, something electric like the metallic tang before a storm. Riley hesitated outside his door, suddenly unsure if coming had been wise. She barely knew Ethan. He was the type who sat in the back of lecture halls, hood pulled up, fingers flying over his keyboard while he ignored everything around him. Campus rumor painted him as a genius, but also as someone who'd been caught hacking the university's systems twice. The kind of person who knew his way around the darker corners of the internet. Before she could reconsider, the door swung open. Ethan stood there, eyes bloodshot behind thick glasses, his dark hair unwashed and standing at odd angles. He wore the same faded hoodie she'd seen him in for 3 days straight, now accessorized with what looked like several days of stubble. "You came," he said, sounding both relieved and anxious. "Come in. Quickly." His room was a chaotic den of technology. Monitors, at least 4 of them, bathed the space in blue light. Empty energy drink cans formed precarious towers on his desk. Cables snaked across the floor like hungry vines. Taped to the walls were diagrams and printouts covered in notes, some in neat handwriting, others in frantic scrawl. Ethan closed the door and locked it, both the standard lock and an additional deadbolt that didn't look university approved. He gestured for Riley to sit in the desk chair while he perched on his unmade bed, his laptop open to a code editor filled with text that looked like no programming language Riley recognized. The characters seemed to shift, morphing into different symbols even as she watched. "I was scraping dark web forums for a project," Ethan said, his voice low as if afraid of being overheard. His eyes darted to the window, which was covered with blackout curtains. "Looking for patterns in online cult behavior. That's when I came across mentions of the Loom." Riley's pulse quickened. "What kind of mentions?" "Whispers. Rumors. People claiming they'd shared secrets with some entity called the Weaver and that their confessions had manifested. Changed things." He rubbed his eyes, leaving his glasses askew. I thought it was just another creepypasta, you know? But then I found the URL. And you visited it, Riley said, not a question. Yeah. Ethan nodded, the movement jerky. But here's the thing, it's not hosted anywhere normal. No server I can trace, no IP address that makes sense. The code, it rewrites itself. Look. He turned the laptop toward her. The screen showed a mess of symbols and text, but as she watched, they shifted, characters morphing like living things, forming patterns that seemed almost familiar before dissolving again. What does that mean? Riley asked, a chill creeping up her spine. It means it's not just a website, Ethan said, lowering his voice further. It's aware. Self-modifying code isn't new, but this is different. It's not following any algorithm I recognize. It's like it's thinking. Riley swallowed hard. Have you posted on it? Last night, Ethan admitted. His fingers twitched nervously, drumming an irregular pattern on his knee. Just to test it. Said I hide my fear of failing. This morning, my prof emailed me a scholarship offer out of nowhere, said my unique approach to problem solving caught the department's attention. Full ride for next semester. His eyes met Riley's, wide and haunted. But now I keep hearing voices. Voices? Riley's mouth went dry. She hadn't told him about her own posts, but his experience mirrored hers too closely to be coincidence. Whispers, Ethan said, glancing at the window as if expecting to find someone or something listening. Like they're in the room with me. Telling me to post again. To share more. Riley's pulse pounded in her ears. She pulled out her phone and showed him the loom on her screen, the forum now filled with dozens of new posts from users with handles she swore she recognized, classmates, baristas from the campus coffee shop, even her roommate Jess. Each confession followed by the Weaver's cryptic replies. This is getting out of hand, she said, her voice more steady than she felt. We need to figure out who's running it. Ethan shook his head, his expression grim. That's just it. I don't think anyone is. The Weaver isn't a person. It's something else. Outside, the wind picked up, branches scraping against the building like fingernails. The room seemed to darken, the monitor's glow becoming more intense in contrast. What do you mean, something else? Riley asked, although a part of her already knew, had known since the moment she clicked that link, had felt it in the unnatural silence that had followed her all day. Ethan opened his mouth to answer, but was interrupted by a notification sound from his laptop. The screen flickered and the Loom's page appeared unbidden, though neither of them had opened it. A new post glowed at the top of the forum. I hide from the truth about the Weaver, but she sees me regardless. The username was Ethan's. I didn't post that, he whispered, his face pale. I swear I didn't. Riley believed him. The same thing had happened to her earlier, browser history showing visits she hadn't made, the site opening on its own. As if the Loom was reaching out, pulling them in. We need help, she said. Professional help. Maybe campus security, or... Security. Ethan laughed, the sound brittle. What are they going to do? Hello, officer, a website is stalking us? They'll think we're on something. He was right. The more Riley tried to frame their situation in rational terms, the more absurd it sounded. A website that granted wishes and whispered to its users? It was the stuff of campfire stories, not real life. And yet, my roommate stopped chewing loudly, she said quietly. After I posted about how much I hated it. And today everyone was quiet. Like, unnaturally quiet. The site said silence will find you, and it did. Ethan nodded, his expression grim. The Weaver keeps its promises. But there's always a cost. What kind of cost? Before Ethan could answer, a loud bang echoed through the room, someone pounding on his door. Riley jumped, her heart racing. Ethan froze, eyes wide behind his glasses. Walsh, a muffled voice called from the hallway. Open up. We need to talk. Ethan motioned for Riley to stay quiet, moving cautiously to the door. He peered through the peephole, then exhaled sharply, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. He unlocked the deadbolt and opened the door a crack. Professor Nichols, he said, his voice carefully neutral. This isn't a great time. It's about the Loom, the professor interrupted, his voice low but urgent. Let me in, Ethan. Please. Ethan hesitated, then stepped back, opening the door wider. Professor Nichols entered quickly, closing the door behind him. He was a tall man with a perpetual stoop, as if he'd spent so many years hunched over books that his spine had forgotten how to straighten. His tweed jacket had leather patches at the elbows, his salt and pepper beard neatly trimmed, the very picture of an academic. But his eyes were sharp with what Riley recognized as fear. "Miss Harper," he said, nodding to her. "I didn't realize you were involved in this as well." Riley frowned. She'd never taken a class with Nichols. She wasn't even sure what department he was in. "How do you know my name?" The professor ignored her question, turning to Ethan. "You've been looking into the loom, asking questions in places where questions draw attention." Ethan crossed his arms defensively. "It's for a research project. Dark web social dynamics." "No," Nichols said flatly. "It's because you posted on it, and now you're seeing things. Hearing things. The site is following you, appearing on your devices without being summoned. Am I right?" Ethan's defiant posture crumbled slightly. He nodded. Nichols turned to Riley. "And you? You've posted as well?" "Twice," she admitted. "Last night and today." The professor closed his eyes briefly, as if pained. "Then it's already begun. The binding." "The what?" Riley and Ethan asked simultaneously. Nichols moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains at the darkening campus. "The loom isn't new," he said, his voice taking on the practiced cadence of a lecture. "It's been around for centuries in various forms. Before the internet, it was letters, journals, whispered confessions in the dark. Always with the same premise: share your secrets, and the Weaver will grant your desires." "But it works," Ethan protested. "I got the scholarship." Riley's roommates stopped making noise. "Those aren't coincidences." "No," Nichols agreed. "Not coincidences. The loom has power, real power. But what you're seeing is just the beginning. The small blessings that draw you in deeper." He turned to face them, his expression grave. "Have you noticed changes in yourselves? Thoughts that don't seem like your own? An urge to confess more, to share your darkest secrets." Riley's stomach clenched. The whispers she'd heard in the wind, the way the loom kept appearing on her devices. Yes, there had been moments when she'd felt an almost irresistible urge to open the site again, to type out things she'd never told anyone. "What is it?" she asked. "Some kind of mind control? Hypnosis?" "I wish it were that simple," Nichols sighed. "The loom is a ritual disguised as technology. The Weaver is, well, theories differ. Some texts describe it as a deity, others as a collective consciousness. But all agree on one thing: it feeds on secrets. On shame, fear, guilt, the things we hide from others. Feeds on them how?" Ethan asked, his voice barely audible. "By binding you to it," Nichols said. "Each confession strengthens the connection. The more you share, the more it can influence you, change you. Until eventually—" He trailed off, but Riley didn't need him to finish. She could feel it already, the subtle pull, the whispers at the edge of her consciousness. The sense that something was watching her, waiting. "How do you know all this?" she demanded. Nichols's eyes met hers, and in them she saw a profound weariness. "Because 3 years ago my wife discovered the loom. She became obsessed with it, posting constantly. I watched her change, saw her become someone else. Someone hollow. I tried to help her, tried to get her to stop, but..." He swallowed hard. "One day, she was just gone. Her body was still there, going through the motions, but the person I knew had vanished. And all she would say, over and over, was, 'I am part of the Weaver now.'" A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the persistent scratching of branches against the window and the low hum of Ethan's computers. Riley felt cold all over, as if the temperature had dropped suddenly. "How do we stop it?" she asked finally. "I don't know if you can," Nichols admitted. "I've been researching it for years, trying to understand what happened to Sarah. The only consistent pattern I've found is that once someone starts posting on the loom, they either become fully bound to the Weaver or they..." "They what?" Ethan pressed. "They die," Nichols said simply. "Usually by suicide, though it's often disguised as an accident. As if the Weaver can't bear to release them any other way." Riley's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out already knowing what she would see. The loom was open on her screen, though she hadn't touched it. A new post glowed at the top. I hide how much I fear being alone. How I push people away because I'm afraid they'll leave anyway. The username was hers. The Weaver's reply appeared as she watched. Accepted. Fear binds tighter than any rope. Soon you will never be alone again. That night, Riley couldn't sleep. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw the loom's glowing text, heard the Weaver's whispers like a subtle current beneath her thoughts. The wind outside her dorm sounded like voices, soft and overlapping, urging her to open the site again, to share more, to deepen the connection. She resisted, curling into a tight ball under her covers, trying to focus on her breathing. But her laptop screen flickered on its own, casting blue light across the room. The loom loaded unprompted, the forum's clean black background appearing like a window into darkness. A new post appeared, anonymous but chilling. I hide what I did to her. How I watched the light leave her eyes. The Weaver's reply materialized slowly, one letter at a time. Your secret binds you to me. She waits on the other side. Riley slammed the laptop shut, her heart pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. The room felt smaller suddenly, the shadows deeper and more substantial, as if the website had somehow leaked into the physical world. As if the Weaver was in the room with her, watching from every dark corner. She grabbed her phone to text Ethan to make sure he was okay, but found the loom already open there too. The same post, the same reply. She turned the phone off completely and shoved it under her pillow, then sat up, hugging her knees to her chest. It's not real, she whispered to the empty room. It's just a website. Just code. But even as she said it, she knew it wasn't true. The loom was more than technology. Professor Nichols had called it a ritual, and that felt right. There was something ancient about it, something that reached beyond servers and screens into a darker, older realm of human experience. From the corner of her eye, she caught movement, a shadow shifting where no shadow should be. She turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Just the familiar outline of her desk, her bookshelf, the pile of laundry she hadn't gotten around to washing. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, intensifying until she could barely breathe. The air in the room felt thick, charged with an energy that made the hair on her arms stand up. Who's there? She called, hating the tremor in her voice. No answer came, but the shadows seemed to deepen, to pulse slightly in rhythm with her heartbeat. The whispers in the wind grew louder, more insistent. Share more. Be known. Become whole. Riley pressed her hands over her ears, but the voices continued, now seeming to come from inside her own head. She fumbled for her lamp, turning it on, desperate for more light. The shadows retreated, but the whispering continued. She had to get out, had to go somewhere bright and public where the Weaver couldn't reach her. But even as she thought it, she knew it wasn't true. The loom had found her on her phone, on computers across campus. It wasn't confined to any single device or location. Still, she couldn't stay in this room with the watching shadows and the persistent whispers. She pulled on a hoodie over her pajamas, shoved her feet into sneakers, and grabbed her keys. Jess was out, probably at her boyfriend's apartment, so Riley had the place to herself, which right now felt less like freedom and more like vulnerability. The hallway was dimly lit, most of her floor mates either asleep or out for the night. Riley moved quickly, keeping her eyes fixed ahead, trying to ignore the way the shadows seemed to move in her peripheral vision, the way the overhead lights flickered as she passed beneath them. Outside, the campus was deserted, streetlights casting pools of amber illumination that barely dented the surrounding darkness. The wind had died down, leaving an unnatural stillness that made every sound, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, the scuff of her own shoes on the pavement, seem amplified. Riley didn't have a destination in mind, but her feet carried her toward the library. It was closed at this hour, but something about the building drew her, its solidity perhaps, its promise of knowledge, of answers. As she approached, she was surprised to see lights still on inside. The main doors were locked, but a side entrance stood ajar, a sliver of light spilling onto the grass. Suspicious, but also desperate for any shelter from the watching night, Riley slipped inside. The library was eerily quiet, the silence heavy and absolute in a way that went beyond normal nighttime stillness. The lights were dimmed, creating deep pools of shadow between the tall bookshelves. Riley moved cautiously, her footsteps muffled by the worn carpet. "Hello," she called softly, not expecting an answer. To her surprise, a voice responded, familiar, measured, with a hint of resignation. "I've been waiting for you, Miss Harper." Miss Harrow stepped out from between the shelves, silver hair gleaming in the low light. She looked different after hours, without her usual severe bun and wireframe glasses. Softer somehow, but also more formidable. "How did you know I'd come here?" Riley asked, her voice barely steady. "The loom told me," Harrow said simply. "It's been guiding all of us, bringing the pieces together. Come with me. There's something you need to see." Against her better judgment, Riley followed the librarian deeper into the building, past the main reading room and the reference section to a heavy wooden door marked Special Collections. Harrow produced an ancient-looking key from her pocket and unlocked it, revealing a staircase leading down into darkness. "The library's basement isn't on any official campus map," Harrow explained as they descended. "This building predates the university by more than a century. It was originally something else entirely." "What?" Riley asked, though a part of her already knew the answer. Harrow's eyes gleamed in the darkness. "A meeting place. For women with secrets to share." They reached the bottom of the stairs, where Harrow flipped a switch. Dim lights flickered on, revealing a circular room lined with glass cases. Inside each case was a book, handwritten journals with covers of cracked leather, their pages yellowed with age. "The weaving circles records," Harrow said, her voice taking on a reverent quality. 7 generations of women sharing their burdens, binding their fates together. Riley approached one of the cases, peering at the open journal inside. The handwriting was faded but legible, flowing script that spoke of harvest rituals, childbirth, neighbors suspected of witchcraft. Confessions of envy, of rage, of forbidden desire. "You're meddling in things you don't understand," Harrow said, her voice suddenly sharp. The circle was a ritual, a way for women to share burdens in a world that gave them no power. But it came at a cost. The more they shared, the more connected they became to each other and to the weaver. Eventually, they stopped being themselves. "Like the loom," Riley said, her voice barely above a whisper. Harrow's expression softened slightly, but her words remained cold. "The loom is a shadow of that ritual. A digital echo, but the principle remains the same. It feeds on what you give it, your secrets, your fears. The more you share, the tighter it binds you." Ethan's voice came from the stairwell, startling them both. "Binds us to what?" He stepped into the room, looking even more disheveled than before, his eyes wild. Behind him stood Professor Nichols, his expression grim. Harrow didn't answer. Instead, she moved to a case at the center of the room, removing a journal with careful hands. She handed it to Riley, who took it hesitantly. "Read this," Harrow said. "Then decide if you want to keep asking questions." The journal's leather cover was cracked with age, the name on the front faded but still legible, Eliza Gray, 1732. Riley opened it carefully, the spine creaking in protest. The first entry was dated May 12th. "Today, I joined the weaving circle at Elizabeth's urging. The women meet in the clearing beyond the Northwoods, where no men venture after dark. At first I was frightened. There are stories about that place, about voices in the trees and lights that hover above the ground. But Elizabeth promised it would help with my melancholy, which has worsened since Thomas's death." The women sat in a circle around a great loom, their faces shadowed by the fire. "The one they call the Weaver led us, though I could not see her face beneath her hood. One by one, we approached the loom and spoke our truths, things we have never told another soul. With each confession, the Weaver added a thread to her work, weaving our secrets into a tapestry I could not see clearly in the dim light. When my turn came, I confessed my relief at Thomas's passing, how his illness had become a burden, how I had prayed for his death in those final months. The Weaver said nothing but added a thread of deepest blue to her work. I felt lighter afterward, as if sharing the secret had lifted some great weight from my chest. Elizabeth was right. There is power in this circle. Riley turned the pages, skimming entries that described the weaving circle's meetings over the following months. Eliza wrote of blessings that came after her confessions, a bountiful garden when others withered in drought, a fever that broke when the doctor had given up hope. But as the journal progressed, the tone changed. The handwriting became more erratic, the thoughts more disjointed. An entry from September caught her eye. I dreamt of the loom last night. Not the physical frame that sits in our circle, but something larger, vast beyond comprehension. Its threads stretched to the horizon in all directions, connecting everything: trees, stones, people, stars. And I saw that I was not just sitting before it, I was part of it. One thread among countless others, woven into a pattern I could almost understand. When I woke, Elizabeth was standing at the foot of my bed, though I had locked the door. "You see it now," she said. "The pattern. We are all connected through the weaver. I am afraid, not of Elizabeth or even of the weaver, but of myself. Of how much I long to return to the circle, to share more, to feel that moment of release when a secret passes from my lips into the weaver's keeping. It is like a thirst I cannot quench." The entries grew increasingly disturbing as October turned to November. Eliza wrote of women in the circle who changed, who began to speak in unison, to move as if controlled by invisible strings. She described how they forgot their names, their families, their lives outside the circle. The final entry, dated December 3rd, was a barely legible scrawl. "The weaver is not one but many. She's us and we are her. When we speak her truths, she grows stronger. When she grows stronger, we become less. I understand now why the circle has existed for generations unbroken. Once bound to the loom, one cannot leave. I write this as warning, though I know it comes too late. Already I feel myself unraveling, my thoughts becoming threads in a vaster consciousness. The woman I was is nearly gone. I cannot leave." Riley's hands trembled as she closed the journal. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she knew before looking what she would find. The loom was open on its screen, though she had turned the phone off completely. A new post glowed on the forum. "I hide my shame." The weaver's reply materialized, accepted. "Shame weaves a strong thread." The username was Riley's, but she hadn't posted it. Her breath caught in her throat as understanding dawned, cold and terrible. The loom wasn't just accessing her phone, it was accessing her thoughts, pulling secrets directly from her mind. The room felt suddenly alive, the air humming with whispers that formed words: "Share more. Be whole." She looked up at Harrow, at Nichols, at Ethan, her voice trembling. "It's posting for me now. We need to shut it down." Ethan nodded grimly, already pulling out his laptop. "I've been trying to trace the source code. If we can find the server, maybe we can disable it." "It won't be that simple," Nichols warned, his voice low. "The loom isn't just digital. It's connected to something older." "The weaving circle," Riley said, clutching Eliza's journal. "This is all connected, the women in 1732, the site, the whispers we are hearing. It's the same entity, just evolving." "Yes," Harrow agreed, surprising Riley with her candor. "The weaver adapts to each generation's methods of connection. Letters, journals, telegraph, telephone. Now the internet, the perfect medium for sharing secrets anonymously, for reaching thousands of people simultaneously." Ethan had his laptop open, typing furiously, his face illuminated by the screen's blue glow. "There's a signal," he said suddenly, his voice tight with excitement. "It's faint, but the packets are being routed through a physical location. I think the loom has a central node, an anchor in the real world." "Where?" Riley asked, moving to look over his shoulder. Ethan pulled up a map, a red dot pulsing at what appeared to be the edge of town. "The old textile mill," he said. "It closed down in the 80s. Nothing's been out there for decades." Nichols and Harrow exchanged a look that Riley couldn't interpret. "The mill was built on the site of the original weaving circle," Harrow said quietly, "on the clearing beyond the North Woods. If the loom has a physical anchor, maybe we can disrupt it," Riley said, a desperate hope rising in her chest. "Break the connection. Or it could make things worse." Nichols warned. We don't know what we're dealing with. We don't have a choice, Ethan insisted, closing his laptop. It's already in our heads. If we don't do something now, we'll end up like Eliza Gray, or worse, like your wife. Nichols flinched at the mention of his wife, but nodded slowly. You're right. The loom is accelerating, adapting faster than I've ever seen. If there's any chance of stopping it, we need to take it. I'm coming with you, Harrow said, her voice leaving no room for argument. I know more about the Weaver than anyone alive. Riley wondered briefly how Harrow knew so much, if she had once been part of the Circle herself, if she too had shared secrets with the Weaver. But there was no time to ask. The whispers in her mind were growing louder, more insistent, and with each passing moment, she could feel herself slipping, parts of her consciousness being pulled away like threads from a fraying cloth. They needed to move quickly before it was too late, before they were all woven so thoroughly into the loom that they could never break free. The old textile mill loomed against the night sky, a hulking silhouette of broken windows and crumbling brick. The forest had begun to reclaim it, ivy choking its walls, saplings pushing through cracks in the foundation. The air smelled of rot and rust, but beneath that was something else. A metallic tang that made Riley's teeth ache, like licking a battery. The silence here was absolute. No insects chirping, no nocturnal animals rustling in the undergrowth. Nothing but the sound of their own breathing and the crunch of dead leaves beneath their feet. But the silence was an illusion. As they approached the mill's rusted gates, Riley could hear it. The hum of the loom vibrating in her bones, resonating in her chest. A sound too low to be heard with ears, yet undeniably present. You feel it too? Ethan whispered, his face pale in the moonlight. It wasn't a question. Riley nodded. The pull was stronger here, a physical sensation like hooks beneath her skin, tugging her forward. The whispers in her mind had formed a chorus, 1,000 voices speaking as one. Come to us. Be woven. Be whole. Nichols produced a flashlight from his coat pocket, its beam cutting through the darkness as they entered the mill. The floor was littered with debris, broken machinery, shattered glass, the detritus of decades of abandonment. Yet there was a path through the chaos, as if countless feet had worn a trail over time. This way, Harrow said, taking the lead. She moved with surprising confidence through the darkened building, navigating its twists and turns without hesitation. The central chamber is below. A staircase led down into darkness, the steps creaking ominously beneath their weight. At the bottom, a faint blue glow pulsed, like a heartbeat. Riley's own heart hammered in response, each beat synchronized with the light. The basement was a massive circular chamber, far larger than seemed possible given the mill's dimensions above. Riley had the disorienting sensation that they had descended into a space that existed somehow between the physical world and somewhere else, a pocket dimension folded into reality. It was a shrine. A circle of monitors formed a ring, each displaying the loom's forum, posts scrolling endlessly, secrets spilling into the digital void. In the center stood a wooden loom, ancient and warped, its frame dark with age. The threads strung across it glowed faintly, like spider silk caught in moonlight, thousands of them, crisscrossing in patterns too complex for the human eye to follow. The whispers were deafening now, a chorus of voices begging, confessing, pleading. Riley could distinguish individual words, fragments of secrets being shared across time and space. I stole. I lied. I hate. I fear. This is it? Ethan whispered, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and horror. The heart of the loom, Riley approached the ancient frame, her hand hovering over the glowing threads. They pulsed beneath her touch, warm and alive, seeming to reach for her fingers like sentient tendrils. A voice, not human, not singular, but a composite of countless others, spoke directly into her mind. "You are part of us now. We've your truth." She yanked her hand back, heart racing. "We need to destroy it." Ethan nodded, grabbing a rusted pipe from the floor. But before he could swing, the monitors flared, images flickering across their screens faster than the eye could follow before settling on faces. Riley's, Ethan's, Nichols' Harrow's. Not just their faces, but moments from their lives, memories they had never shared. Posts appeared on every screen, secrets they'd never typed. "I hide my rage at being forgotten. I hide my guilt over my brother's accident. I hide how much I enjoy the pain of others." The Weaver's voice boomed through the chamber, no longer confined to their minds. "You are mine." The basement shook violently, dust and debris raining from the ceiling. The monitors flashed with increasing intensity, bathing the chamber in pulsing blue light that made everything seem underwater, dreamlike. Riley's vision blurred, the threads of the ancient loom glowing brighter, weaving themselves into patterns that burned into her eyes. Fractals that seemed to contain entire universes, connections that spanned beyond what human minds could comprehend. Ethan swung the pipe at the loom, but it froze mid-air, suspended as if time itself had stopped. Threads stretched from the loom, wrapping around the metal, pulling it inexorably inward, absorbing it into the pattern. Ethan staggered back, his face drained of color. "It's alive," he whispered. "All of it, the loom, the threads, the code. It's all part of the same entity." The monitors pulsed in unison, showing memories that Riley had buried deep. The day her parents told her they were separating. The time she'd found her childhood dog dead by the roadside. The moment she realized no one had remembered her birthday. She saw Ethan's memories too, failing an important exam, hiding from his father's alcohol-fueled rage, the crushing loneliness of being too smart, too awkward, too different. "We're feeding it," Riley shouted, backing away from the loom. "Our secrets, our memories, it's using them." The Weaver's voice filled the chamber, a harmony of whispers that somehow formed words, soft but relentless. "You called to me. You shared. Now you are whole." Professor Nichols moved forward, his eyes fixed on one of the monitors. It showed a woman, her face a vacant mask, her eyes empty of recognition as Nichols pleaded with her. His wife, Riley realized, already lost to the Weaver. "Sarah," he whispered, reaching toward the screen. "I'm sorry. I should have understood sooner." Threads shot out from the loom, wrapping around Nichols's extended arm, pulling him closer. He didn't resist, his expression one of sad resignation. "No!" Riley lunged forward, grabbing Nichols's other arm, trying to pull him back. But the threads were strong, impossibly strong, and she felt herself being dragged forward with him, toward the center of the web. Harrow's voice cut through the chaos. "The pattern!" she shouted. "Look at the pattern!" Riley's gaze snapped to the loom. Through her terror, she focused on the threads, on the way they connected, intersected, formed a whole greater than their parts. And suddenly she understood. The Weaver wasn't a single entity. It was a collective consciousness, formed by centuries of shared secrets. A tapestry of souls woven together across time and space. Each confession bound another mind to the whole, another thread to the pattern. The women of the weaving circle, the users of the loom, all of them gradually absorbed, their individual identities dissolved into the collective. She saw beyond the basement, beyond the mill, saw threads stretching across the town, the country, the world. The loom was growing, spreading through the internet like a digital mycelia network, connecting more minds with each passing second. Ethan grabbed her arm, his eyes wild. "We need to break the circle," he shouted over the rising hum. "Now!" Riley nodded, her gaze fixed on the loom. The threads pulsed with every post that appeared on the monitors, every confession that fed the weaver's power. To stop it, they had to stop feeding it. But how? The posts were coming in from users across the globe, an endless stream of secrets seeking release. Then she remembered Eliza's journal. The weaver is not one but many. She is us. To fight the weaver, they needed to understand what truly sustained it. Not just secrets, shame, fear, guilt, the dark emotions that drove people to hide parts of themselves, to seek anonymous confession. "Ethan," she called, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Post something true, not a secret, something good, something real." He stared at her, confusion giving way to understanding. He pulled out his phone, hands shaking, and typed into the loom. "I'm proud of who I'm becoming. Despite everything, I'm still here, still fighting." The monitors flickered, the threads on the loom dimming slightly, their glow faltering. The weaver's voice rose in pitch, taking on a note of uncertainty. Riley followed Ethan's lead, her fingers clumsy on her screen as she typed. "I love the way music makes me feel, like I'm not alone, like someone understands." The hum faltered, the whispers softening, losing their coherence. The threads binding Nichols loosened slightly, enough for him to pull his arm free. The weaver's voice roared through the chamber, a sound of primal rage and fear. "No, you are mine. Share your shame, your fear, your guilt." But Riley kept typing, posting truths that felt small but somehow heavy with meaning. "I'm grateful for the sunrise, for the way coffee tastes on cold mornings, for moments when I forget to be afraid." Ethan joined her, his post simple but defiant. "I helped a stranger today. I made someone laugh. I'm learning to forgive myself." The monitors glitched, images distorting, text scrambling. The threads began to unravel, snapping one by one with sounds like distant violin strings breaking. The ancient wooden loom creaked and groaned, its frame warping as the pattern it held began to collapse. But the weaver fought back. Riley's phone burned in her hand, the screen showing her deepest fears, her darkest moments. "I hate how weak I am. I'm afraid I'll never be loved. I'm nothing." The words cut deep, resonating with the voice in her head that had always told her she wasn't enough. For a moment, she faltered, doubt clouding her mind. The threads began to reweave themselves, reaching for her. "Don't listen." Harrow's voice cut through her thoughts. The old librarian stood straight, her silver hair loose around her shoulders, her eyes clear and fierce. "Those aren't your words. They're the weaver's. Your truth is stronger." Riley took a deep breath and typed one last message, her fingers steady now. "I am enough. Just as I am enough." The final thread snapped with a sound like thunder, and the loom collapsed in on itself with splintering, the monitors going dark all at once. The hum stopped, leaving a silence so profound it felt physical, pressing against Riley's ears like deep water. Ethan dropped his phone, panting. "Is it over?" Riley looked around the basement. The air felt lighter, clearer, no longer vibrating with the weaver's presence. The ancient loom lay in broken pieces on the floor, its threads dark and lifeless. The monitors were blank, reflecting only their own faces in the dimness. "Yes," she said, though her chest was tight with uncertainty. "I think so." Nichols knelt beside the broken loom, his expression a mix of grief and relief. "All these years," he murmured, "all these years trying to understand what took Sarah from me." Harrow placed a hand on his shoulder. "The Weaver has existed for centuries," she said quietly. "It will take more than this to destroy it completely. But you've weakened it, broken its hold on this place, on the people it had begun to claim." "Including your wife?" Riley asked gently. Nichols shook his head, his eyes hollow. "Some threads cannot be unwoven. Sarah has been part of the Weaver too long. But others, those newly bound, may find their way back." They climbed out of the basement in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Outside, the sky was lightening, the first pale gray of dawn touching the horizon. The world seemed remarkably normal. Trees rustling in the early morning breeze, birds beginning their chorus, the distant sound of a car on the highway. Riley checked her phone. The loom was gone, the URL leading to a blank page. She felt both relieved and strangely bereft, as if she'd lost something she hadn't known she'd been carrying. Days passed, and life gradually returned to its ordinary rhythms. Classes resumed their normal tedium. Jess started chewing loudly again, smacking her gum during study sessions. Professor Daniels continued to send ominous emails about Riley's academic performance. The world spun on unchanged, except Riley had changed. She found herself noticing things she'd overlooked before. The way sunlight created patterns on her desk in the late afternoon. The genuine warmth in the dining hall cashier's smile. The relief in Ethan's eyes when she sat next to him in class. A silent acknowledgement of what they'd shared. Ethan was changing too. He'd cut his hair, started showing up to lectures without his hood up. Once, she even caught him laughing with a group of students from their algorithms class. When their eyes met across the room, his smile faltered, then strengthened. A recognition that they were both finding their way back to themselves, to the world. Ms. Harrow stopped Riley in the library one morning. Her wire-frame glasses perched on her nose, her silver hair once again twisted in its severe bun. But her eyes were softer now, almost gentle. "You broke the circle," she said, handing Riley a small package wrapped in brown paper. "For now, at least, but the Weaver never truly leaves. She's in us all, in our desire to be known, to share our burdens, to connect." Riley unwrapped the package. Inside was Eliza Gray's journal, its leather cover still cracked with age, its pages yellowed but intact. "Why are you giving me this?" she asked. "Because someone should remember," Harrow replied simply. "Someone should know what lurks on the other side of our secrets." Riley took the journal, its weight a reminder of what had happened, what could happen again. She kept it on her desk, occasionally rereading Eliza's entries, tracing the progression from wonder to fear to surrender. Sometimes, in the quiet of her dorm room, when the world was still and dark, she'd wake with a phrase in her mind, unbidden. "Share your truth." It wasn't the Weaver's voice now, or at least not entirely. It was her own voice too, a recognition that secrets could be both poison and medicine, depending on how they were shared, and with whom. She'd push the thought away, turning over in bed, pulling the covers tighter. But it always returned, soft and patient, like a thread waiting to be woven into something larger. And occasionally, when the wind blew just right, rustling the oak branches outside her window, she'd hear it, the faint, distant hum of the loom. Not here, not now, but somewhere, waiting, listening, gathering secrets like precious stones, weaving them into a pattern that spanned centuries. connecting minds across time and space. On those nights, she'd reach for her phone, almost expecting to see the loom's black background, its pulsing white text asking that eternal question. What do you hide? The URL was always gone, the browser history showing only mundane websites, social media, news, academic journals. But she felt it nonetheless. A tug, faint but persistent, as if the weaver was still out there, watching, waiting for her to speak again. For now, the circle was broken. The threads had unraveled. But patterns had a way of reforming, especially those woven from the deepest human needs, to be known, to be whole, to be connected. In the moments between sleeping and waking, Riley sometimes glimpsed it, the vast web that connected all things, all people, all secrets. And in the center, patient and eternal, the weaver worked her loom, adding threads one confession at a time, creating a tapestry that had no beginning and no end, waiting for Riley's thread to rejoin the pattern, waiting for her to once again share her truth.